Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to beautiful downtown Grand Forks, the proud home of the University of North Dakota. This is the time and place for the Grand Forks City Council's Committee of the Whole. We'll start with a roll call, please.
Weigel.
Here.
Osowski. Here. Weber.
Here.
Lenski. Here. Kwame.
Here.
Sandy.
Here.
And Bean.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Item 2, updates and information items. Item 2.1, Global Friends Update. Ms. Shab, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah. I gotta check back there.
If you'll press the button there. There you go. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Not at all.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Just full disclosure, I do have a school board meeting at 6, so I won't be staying afterwards, but I hope to take any questions. Appreciate the invitation. Thank you so much for inviting me. My name is Cynthia Shab, and I'm with Global Friends Coalition. Our mission is to foster new American integration in the greater Grand Forks community through our work with families, individuals, and the greater Grand Forks community. And we really focus on that immigration piece, welcoming newcomers to Grand Forks. Not new slide, slideshow.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, thanks. Welcoming newcomers, kind of embracing them with the customs that they bring, and then helping them understand our customs. And we do this through our 3 programs. We have a reception and placement program, which is new for us. We became an affiliate of Church World Service. Just less than a year ago, we became active in resettlement. So that started in March of 2023. So we are just towards the end of that 1-year program, and I have some good news to report on that. We are a Department of Justice recognized organization. We have 2 partially accredited representatives. Adam Fortwangler takes the lead on that, and I am the second one. We work really on naturalization, citizenship applications, green card renewals, employment authorization. So you're going to see more about employment in this presentation. We wanted to keep our integration piece very strong, so we have our 3 main programs: our Family Mentors and Adult Education program. This is where we bring community members into the homes of our newly resettled refugees. We also offer English classes. We have one tonight, which is why I was scurrying to make sure we had enough drivers for tonight's class, and we also offer one on Zoom. Our Resilient Youth program is active. We place volunteers in the high schools, primarily Red River and Central High School. But we also have a youth wellness program where we are in May, we're going to be doing art with an artist, and then, promoting good health and that kind of thing. So we do a number of activities throughout the year. Our community outreach and advocacy program is fairly strong. Mayor Bochensky has spoken at it at our community picnic. Representative Brett Weber has spoken at World Refugee Day several times, and our community picnic, I believe. So I would invite you all to look for that first farmers market. And we are down there on the stage generally, and it's a wonderful program. I like to ground all of my presentation in who exactly is a refugee. And I need to stress that refugees are people who have fled their countries, not because they desired to leave, but because they were pushed out. It could be because of war. It could be because of persecution of race. It could be extortion. There's a number of reasons. So they often flee to another country, and I'm going to show you the pathway of a refugee's journey. First, they have to live in a place where they are being persecuted, pushed out for whatever reason. They flee to a neighboring country for the most part, oftentimes in the dark of night, oftentimes with just what they have with them, their clothes on their back. We have welcomed families since March, and sometimes they come with 1 or 2 suitcases only. We did have one case with a lot of suitcases, and that was quite a surprise for us, but for the most part, they really don't come with a lot of belongings. They find their way to a relatively safe country, and then they have to apply to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. From now on, I'll use UNHCR. And not everybody gets refugee status. In fact, the number is quite startlingly small. But if you are approved, then you are allowed to live in the country sometimes it's upwards of 30 years, depending on which population we're looking at. If I think about Afghan refugees who we're getting right now, you can kind of do the timeline when the war was, when the U.S. came out. But our Bhutanese refugees that we've had, Somali refugees, they've been in the refugee status for 20, 30 years. So really depends on which country we're talking about. I just totally lost my train of thought as to where...
Essentially living in a refugee camp for sometimes up to a generation and longer.
That is true,
Right.
yes. So one of the 3 solutions to refugee resettlement from the UNHCR is this order of preference: voluntary repatriation. That means going back to the country where you're originally from. Again, I'm going to use the Bhutanese as an example. When the Bhutanese fled to Nepal, Bhutan said, absolutely not, you cannot come back to this country. To this day, there have been no Bhutanese that have been allowed to go back and live in Bhutan. The second choice is local integration into a country of asylum. In the case, again, of Bhutanese, it was Nepal, and Nepal said, we don't want you. You need to look for other alternatives. So the third solution is third country resettlement. Refugees do not choose which country they're resettled in. They are resettled just with an agreement between the governments. It's a federal program. They work internationally with the International Office of Migration. It's a lot of partners working together to put this program together for people. So they may get separated by city, by even country. We've had refugees that have family members in Canada, for example, but they live in Grand Forks. So it isn't something that they choose, which city or country. And maybe Grand Forks wouldn't be top choice, but we think so, right? They are, when they come, it is considered a permanent solution. By that I mean they are seeking to become citizens. I want to assure you that that refugees are the most vetted individuals in all of anybody who's applying for a visa. So I'm not going to go through this, but this kind of gives you an example of the vetting process, from registration with the UN to multiple extensive in-person interviews. And by that I mean individual family members within a family would be interviewed. So for example, my husband is here with me. If I had my 2 children, I would be interviewed, he would be interviewed, my son would be interviewed, and my daughter would be interviewed, all separately to see, do our stories match? Do they say who they say they are? What reason do they give for fleeing? Are they really their children? That kind of thing. So there's a lot of checks and balances. In addition, they do background checks, they do fingerprint screenings, they're using iris scans right now to track individuals. And so there's a lot of vetting that goes on in this, including medical screening, and they do get some cultural orientation classes overseas before they come here. Currently, in the United States, there are 9 what are called voluntary agencies. Church World Service is one of 9, and that is the agency that we are an affiliate of. So we aren't a voluntary agency ourselves. We are subcontracted with Church World Service to allow resettlement to happen in Grand Forks. What are we responsible for? We meet them at the airport. A few, I won't point out, a few of you have seen me at the airport, and we're there when they come in, even at that midnight shift. We take them to their furnished apartment, which we have furnished with donations from the community. We provide food or a food allowance, but right now, all the apartments that we have given have pretty, like 2-3 days worth of food, and a cultural meal is available as soon as they get there. We provide any necessary clothing. You can imagine we've had to do winter coats, boots, hats, all of that kind of thing. We make sure that they get their security cards so that they're ready to work. We make sure that kids get enrolled in public schools. We're a liaison between the public school and between Global Friends, so kids are getting enrolled in school within the first 30 days upon arrival. We make appointments with individuals to see medical providers. Spectra Health in Grand Forks has the state refugee health contract, so everybody has to have a visit within 90 days of arrival. And there are 3 different visits: a nurse visit, immunization visits, and a check with the physician. We connect them to English classes, both in Grand Forks. Grand Forks Public Schools Adult Ed is at its capacity, so we are using Minnesota Adult Basic Ed, which is housed at Northland, but it is a statewide program. We also refer adults to North Dakota Job Service. North Dakota Job Service has Alyssa Poole as the connector with us. She's doing a fabulous job connecting refugees and new Americans to employment, and I've got some good numbers for you. Everybody wants to know, what do refugees receive? They get a federal loan for that airfare that they have to pay back. They start getting that loan statement to start paying back at their 90 days. It comes right after they get through that 90-day period. They do get a one-time payment of $1,075. That actually is funneled through us, and it's a reimbursement process that we go through. So we spend the money and then we get reimbursed through Church World Service. And if you can imagine, $1,075 is not a whole lot to work with, but we get an apartment, we put a deposit down with that money primarily. We get phones and phone cards with minutes with that money. That's pretty much what we're using that funding for, is rent, deposits.
And are those local funds that you receive?
They are not. These are federal funds that come through the federal government for that particular program.
Thanks.
Thanks for asking. They also get refugee medical assistance for their first 12 months. Again, this is nothing to do with any local dollars. The refugee medical assistance is a federal program. And then they get refugee cash assistance, which is also a federal program, funneled through what is now called Global Refuge, previously Lutheran Immigration Refugee Services, and I'll talk about that later. So for refugee cash assistance, you can see for one person you get $537. So if you have a family of 4, we'll say, you get $1,104 for the first 12 months. And here's the caveat. If you make more than that in a month, then you don't get refugee cash assistance, then you're not eligible for it. So if you get employed and you make more than that, then that is not available to you anymore. And those are federal dollars. When we had our quarterly meeting with the state, one of the facts that she presented, it was actually the state health refugee coordinator. She had this study that I thought was really worth highlighting. There's a net fiscal impact of refugees and asylees of $123.8 billion. They pay taxes, they contribute to our society in such a way that I think that this is a really great study, and there's a link to it in the presentation that you can go to. So of that, $92.3 billion goes to state and local governments. Of course, this is all across the United States, not just North Dakota. Prior resettlement in Grand Forks, if you look at this number, Lutheran Social Services of North Dakota was the agency that had been around for 55 plus years.
Back to World War II.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And so this is just a snapshot of 2007 to 2023. And the significance here is that Global Friends Coalition was founded in 2008. And the reason for the founding of it was because of that increase in numbers. And we felt that integration was so important. And so we had a loose group of volunteers that worked to help resettle and get people integrated fully into the community. And in 2011, we brought on paid staff, and we have had paid staff since 2011. You can see the numbers that Lutheran Social Services was resettling was, around 100, a few higher years there. And then it dipped pretty low. You can see, just to 1 in 2021. They closed their doors, Lutheran Social Services closed their doors for the state of North Dakota in 2021. Lutheran Immigration Refugee Services, LIRS, took over in 2022, and they resettled 8 individuals in Grand Forks, which we helped, again, through volunteer support and integration support. Then we applied to be our own resettlement site through the affiliate of Church World Service, and in 2023, we've resettled 59 individuals. This is a slide that the North Dakota Department of Health and Human Services provided. It's got kind of a good snapshot of what has happened in FY24 in the state. So you'll see Fargo is the highest here with 154. Grand Forks is second. So that's Global Friends resettlement numbers with 63 in fiscal year 24. Keep in mind, fiscal year for the government starts October 1st and runs through September 30th. October 1st, 2023 to September 30th. So Bismarck is right there next to us at 46. And then Minot and Dickinson have been doing some resettlement as well now. We have an approved capacity of 100 total individuals. We can go, or they can give us 10% over that. But right now, it's 100. With 20 refugees with U.S. ties, that means that we're going to be getting families that have someone here already. We've already had some reunification, actually, within the 23 to 24 year. We are going to get 70 refugees without any U.S. ties, and according to this, 10 special immigrant visas. Now, they are a different category. So these are our Afghan refugees who have served for the U.S. government, and they are coming on special immigrant visas. And what that means for us is that we get very limited time. We get about a 6-day lead time before they come. So last Wednesday afternoon, I learned that we're getting a family on this Friday, an Afghan family who served for the U.S. government in some capacity. So we're already going to be over the 10 because this will be our 3rd Afghan family. Delightful family members. They're all geared up. I can't tell you how grateful they are for their kids to be in school. Under the Taliban, girls weren't allowed to do much. And so there's just a great relief amongst these families to be here and to be educating their children. And they come educated as well. We have a woman with a degree in math and somebody with criminal justice. And I don't know everybody's degree, but very educated. Our FY23 arrivals, so I'm going to go back to that 51. You can see which countries are the biggest countries here. A lot of Central and South American countries, but we also did have a Pakistani group, a family. It was a family of 7, and a Syrian family of 7. Everyone else is from Central or South America. And the reason that they came were either survivor of violence or torture, or legal or physical protection needs. And if they were being under extortion, that files under legal or physical protection needs. So there were a lot of people who came because of extortion. And then this is just a snapshot of the ages, so you get an idea of the largest percentage here is our 18 to 54-year-olds with 39% under 17. In 2024, we've already resettled 64 individuals, so we are moving through our amount pretty quickly here. The pace has been pretty strong, and you'll see on this chart what the countries are. Again, strong numbers in Central and South America. We have that Afghanistan is, catching up or has caught up to Venezuela there. So it's exciting to get such a diverse group of people. This just is a snapshot showing you why they came, either survivor of violence, legal or physical protection needs, Afghan
Ms. Shab, I
SIVs.
know that you have to get to the school district. If you could begin wrapping up here.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I think I will just go to this slide. We have right now 44 people in our pipeline, so to speak. And so I'm pretty sure that we will reach our 100 capacity. But at that same time, not every assured case ends up in Grand Forks. We get people, in fact, today I looked at the list and there's a Pakistani family that didn't make their date of travel. So they probably most likely won't get here in this year. I have got to get to income, and I did let the school board know that I was going to be late, but I added some slides thanks to Todd's conversation today. So I really want to stress self-sufficiency in employment. If you look at these numbers, it's really impressive. 18 out of 21 cases in FY23 were self-sufficient at the end of 90 days. And after that, or in 2024, 6 out of 8 were self-sufficient at the end of 90 days. What generally happens is the next month people get employed. So look at our employment numbers. 34 of the 47 employable adults resettled between May 23 to January 24 were employed during that 90-day period. That's a 72.3%. That is well above the national network average of 21%. Where are they getting jobs? Many people are working at Philadelphia Macaroni, McDonald's, Walmart, and those are just the top 3. There are people getting jobs other places, but it's been a remarkable journey for people to get jobs so quickly. There's a lot of need out there. There's a high unemployment rate, so employment has not been challenging. There's a lot of community support. We have strong volunteer support. There's so much eagerness to learn, desire for self-sufficiency is very strong. We see a lot of refugees helping each other. Our challenges include housing. We work with a limited number of tenant managers. Some of the costs for apartments are so high that we can't, you saw the numbers. We'd never be able to rent. The timeline for approval of applicants is sometimes too slow because they don't come with Social Security numbers, but they get them very soon after. So property management really has to look at Global Friends' record and trust us. Transportation is our continual issue. Work shifts are very often outside of the bus times. They have lengthy bus rides, so with kids at home, that gets to be a challenge. We're working through these transportation issues, but it is a continual issue for us. And lastly, our immigration services, I just will run through, we've done 23 employment authorization documents since March of 2023. Keep in mind, we just got this accreditation about the same time. We've done 4 green card replacements and 9 citizenship applications. You can kind of see the number. So we are busy with a small staff, and our staff is strong, but small, strong and mighty. So I was going to offer an opportunity to ask questions. I'm glad you interrupted. If you do have any questions, and I'm sorry to have taken so much of your time.
No, thank you for this important presentation. In fact, you've given us a great, concise view. There's a lot of information to share, a rational, fact-based description of the refugee resettlement program in the United States. It's been around since World War II. The fantastic success of these folks, some of our most successful immigrants, in fact, in terms of high school graduation rates, university attendance, and starting small businesses, they exceed the native-born population. Fantastic contribution to our local economy, and I know that many of our local businesses are dependent upon the workforce that you help resettle here. Thanks. There's also some crazy, whacked-out conspiracy theories floating around about refugees in our country, but this helps to clarify much of that. Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Shab?
I have questions.
Please, Ms. Osowski.
Do you happen to have a breakdown of the visa types of all the refugees that you help bring into our community?
So they all come as refugees, except for the special immigrant visa. Everybody comes, that's their status, is refugee.
Okay, so are all of them seeking asylum?
Oh, so that's a whole nother conversation. So so refugees that we are resettling through Church World Service are not asylum seekers. They come with full protection. They get a green card within the year. We help them apply for that green card. We start about now.
Asylum seekers are a whole nother class of immigrants to our country, right?
So if you're seeking asylum, and we do help asylum seekers. So they've crossed the border. They've gone to a border patrol officer and said, I want protection from the United States of America. They're totally different than refugees because they are working individually. They're individuals, well, maybe with a family, seeking protection.
But you help both.
That is not the topic that I spoke on tonight.
But
But
you
yes,
help
if someone
both.
came to my office and had sought help with, that they had crossed the border, yes, we would help them.
So if any immigrant shows up at Global of Friends, you will assist?
Well,
Regardless of how they got there, you will assist?
well, in terms of what, it depends on what we can do. I mean, there's only so much.
We're not a sanctuary city. You're not helping people who have broken the law. Is that right?
That is correct. And so the other piece, I don't think I need a slide for it. The other piece is, so as a partial legal accredited attorney, we're not attorneys, a legal accredited representative, we cannot represent somebody in court of law, so we can't do any asylum applications.
Right, but I thought I read that you assist them with all this paperwork and assist, them getting situated
Yes,
within the
we do,
United States.
refugees.
Okay, I thought that when I spoke with you on the phone also that you said that you help these asylum seekers and stuff also, but I may be mistaken.
We
So-
give them information, but we can't file their paperwork.
No, but your Global of Friends assists immigrants on filing paperwork, right? So you're saying that you help them file all other paperwork, but you don't help the asylum seekers file their paperwork?
Well, refugees are legally allowed here, and so an asylum seeker, they're undocumented, and we're not attorneys, so we can't file their paperwork.
But you can assist?
We can give them the information that they need.
Okay. So Lutheran Social Services, I read that the reason why they closed their doors is because they ran out of funding. So how do you, as Global of Friends, determine, how many refugees you feel our community can handle without putting a burden on our social services?
So Lutheran Social Services was a very large organization, and one of the things that they did was help low-income folks out west with housing, and that's really what was a challenge for them financially.
They overinvested in real estate in the Bakken, and when the end of the boom came, they were caught on the short end. Yeah.
So really, for Lutheran Social Services, refugee resettlement was a fairly small program with just 100, 110 people coming every year. That was not what put Lutheran Social Services under. Our program is federally funded through reimbursement process only. I outlined kind of where that funding comes from. How would we sustain ourselves? I think that's a great question. We've been around since 2008. We have written lots of grants. We get private funding. We get donations from people. We get donations of furniture or of donations of money and monetary support even from people who have resettled since March. Somebody just brought in 5 pillows yesterday. So they want to help out. They want to give back. I can't guarantee. I don't have a crystal ball as to where refugee resettlement will land. It is up to the President of the United States to determine how many can come into the United States. So our funding is dependent upon federal dollars.
So if you are being funded by the federal government, why do you need our local tax dollars?
I don't think we get local tax dollars. The community support that we got through the city, and I am so appreciative of it, was for legal immigration work to help with people filing citizenship applications, because as
Yeah,
refugees.
those were federal CDBG dollars. It's why I asked the question earlier, are there any local funds? These are not local funds. You've received federal pass-through dollars.
So she receives no funds from our Grand Forks city or county tax
The
dollars.
CDBG dollars are federal dollars that pass through the Citizen Advisory Committee.
Do you consider refugees waiting for court dates legal?
Again, you
the-
don't work with illegal immigrants. You presented on
Well, they're-
refugees tonight.
They're in here. They're legal then, I guess, if the government releases them into the communities.
This was a presentation on refugees who have been vetted by both the United Nations and the U.S. federal government.
So I guess here's some some things. First of all, has anybody taken the time to read the FY 2023 ICE annual report? It is 100 pages
Again, these are
of
refugees.
goodness.
These are not immigrants under the purview of ICE. This is a whole different process.
This is actually a program that's been around since 1950s, I believe.
Started with World War II.
And so refugees, that's why I gave you the definition at the beginning of refugees. Yes, asylum seekers are refugees, but this is a program through a multiple number of people. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, the International Office of Migration, the United Nations. They're all involved in vetting these particular people. And so what could happen is if you get confused with asylum seekers and refugees, it's not really fair to our refugees because they have waited in line, they have gone through all the proper procedures, they've applied to the United Nations to be a refugee, and they get multiple background checks. Whereas, no offense to an asylum seeker, but they're coming as individuals. They're not going through a sanctioned federal program.
I guess, for me, the big question is how much do I trust the United Nations? Because I don't see them doing a lot of good in a lot of the work that they do, kind of running around being the world police. And so I'm just wondering how, like, obviously you don't double check the United Nations work to make sure that they're properly screening these people. Our federal government is not doing a very good job. I just read that Joe Biden balloons temporary amnesty to include 1.2 million foreign nationals. Right now, since Biden has taken office, the foreign-born population has grown 6.4 million, the largest that it has ever grown. And right now, immigrants outnumber 33 states within our country. And I did read something from the North Dakota website about immigrants, and now this is from 2016, but there were 5,000 undocumented immigrants in our community. And so I'm just kind of wondering, like, I know you say that you look after them for 90 days, and then what happens? Like,
Thank you.
there's
That's
no
it. That-
trackability?
That's a great question. Yep. So we have another bunch of grants through the state that covers 90 days up to 5 years that we can help. Now, what we do in that is very different than what I described here. Post 90 days, these are the kinds of things we do. We make sure that employment is successful and that they are all getting jobs if they choose, because not everybody's getting a job within 90 days, although our track record is very good. We're doing frequent checks after the 90 days just to make sure that people are safe in
Do you
their
have any
homes.
numbers that you could give us on what happens after the 90 days then?
Well, we have 57 people that came in 2023 and 60-something that came in 2024.
Are they still in our community?
Oh, yes.
Employed? Are they on our
Yes,
social
all-
services?
So all of these numbers, I need a different way to look at this. So when I look at this, 34 of the 47 employable adults resettled between May and January were employed during that 90-day period. So if we have, I'm not as good on my feet with 34, my 47 from 34, if we have that many left, we are going to make sure that that employment rate goes up. So all of these people that came since March are still here. We have kids that have gone on robotics competitions and have like been in Bismarck and gotten, in fact, I was invited next week to Central High School to say they've, they're
If I
doing
may,
well.
it's a little over 2/3 in their first 90 days are employed. This is a very important discussion for our community, especially in relation to our workforce needs. We do have a somewhat long agenda tonight. Perhaps we could invite Ms. Schaub back for a further discussion at some future date, unless
I
there was
have one more
anything-
question
Sure,
for
go
her.
ahead, please.
So-
And just remember that all of this, you can contact me. Our office number is there. I have my email up there. I'm happy to have you come to our office.
I've reached out, I've spoken with you on the phone. So there was a letter solicited from the mayor in May of 2022 where he clearly wrote that, he's in support of bringing Ukrainian refugees here due to the war between Ukraine and Russia. Now, on all of your charts, I did not see one Ukrainian. Can you tell me why our mayor would be under the impression that you are going to bring in Ukrainians, and now there hasn't been a single one brought in?
So I don't choose who gets to come, and the federal government decides. I don't think that Ukrainian refugees are part of their pipeline, so to speak.
So he just made it up then, the mayor did, in his letter?
No.
I'm just wondering how he got that in his
I
head.
don't, so the sad thing about refugee resettlement, the sad thing is that it takes a long time. So you can be in a war-torn country. Let's just think about Afghanistan. When did that war end, Ms. Oskal? Do you know? Do you know the year? They're
Middle
just
East is
coming
just a
here. Was
mess.
it 2021? I'm looking to my
Mr. Mayor,
husband.
you were referred to. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting here, so I can certainly answer the questions. I think having an organization that's immigrating or that's integrating immigrants is clearly important if immigrants are going to come here. There was certainly an opportunity. Workforce was low. You saw the conflict, so it was presented there's an opportunity to bring Ukrainians here, and I thought serving our workforce was a great opportunity. And from what I've seen, the people that are coming in have found jobs. The Ukrainians, I guess what I've heard is that they're going to Poland and actually are employees at LM. So that pipeline is apparently coming and working its way through outside of Global Friends.
Right,
So
they'll be brought in on work visas.
yeah, it seems very similar to what Global Friends is trying to do as well. So yeah, I mean,
I don't think any of us
I don't know
knew
how to answer.
exactly who the refugees were going to be.
And again,
It's a-
this was an information-only item tonight. There's not, you're certainly not asking for any money or policy changes from us at this time. This was just an information-only.
I was
I
just
should
meeting.
say,
Mr. Freeman.
Council Vice President Weber, I'm really thankful that Ms. Schaub showed up. I called her last week, Thursday. I had a conversation with the mayor, and he asked, I think as the mayor's had received some really good information regarding all the work that Global Friends are doing, and so I invited Ms. Schaub last minute, even though, despite having a school board meeting, so she graciously accepted our offer to come and enlighten the city council and the public about what's going on in our community. So I'm very thankful that she found time to come here this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Freeland. And President Sandy, did you have a comment as well?
Danny Weigel, his hand
No,
is up.
Mr. Weigel, please.
Ms. Schaub, I don't know if you have the answer to this offhand. Do you know, I believe after 5 years, refugees can apply for naturalization to be a U.S. citizen. Do you have any figures on how many with refugee status apply to do that? How many want to become U.S. citizens?
I don't have numbers. I do know that it's an expectation when they come to another country to have the opportunity to become citizens is basically one of the goals of being resettled. So because they don't have a homeland anymore, they don't have a place to call home. So most people, I mean, that's a goal that we start with. But they can't apply for citizenship until they've lived here for 5 years.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would both be hard-pressed to count the number of people we've celebrated who came here as refugees and are now citizens.
It's very exciting.
Thank you again. Thanks for
Thank
coming
you.
this
Thank you
evening.
all for being such great listeners, and I appreciate your questions, and I look forward to any further opportunities.
Thanks for the work you
Thank you.
do. Item 2.2, presentation and final report, project number 8686, Phoenix Elementary School Safety Study. Mr. Karyanko, please.
Thank you, Vice President Weber and members of the committee. Please give me just a moment as I get this set up for us this evening. I'm joined here tonight by Blue Weber and Jake Bongard. They work with Bolton and Menk. And with that, Jake, if you want to just take it away.
Yeah. We'll jump in here, and really the main goal of what we want to talk through today is to really provide an overview of the Phoenix Elementary School study or safety study that was completed over the last year. So we're going to try to condense about a year's worth of work down in 20 minutes. So we'll see how we get through that. But as a general overview, the study really aimed to enhance safety and the well-being of students, staff, and the community surrounding Phoenix Elementary Schools. So looking at a whole host of recommendations and improvements along the corridor on the site, as well as the greater roadway and trail or sidewalk network to improve safety for everyone that passes through the area. We had a really collaborative group of stakeholders that participated in the study with the City of Grand Forks Public Works, Grand Forks City Council, Police Department, Grand Forks East Grand Forks MPO, the school district, Phoenix Elementary School with Principal Onstad on our project management team, and Safe Kids Grand Forks was also a really good contributor to the study. And as mentioned, really the primary goal was to establish recommendations, get a good understanding of the conditions out there, and provide some recommendations to improve safety. I'll glaze over that one. So a general overview of the study area. So Phoenix Elementary School is a neighborhood school within the Phoenix neighborhood, and with that comes a constrained environment to really fit all the typical amenities that come with the school within a smaller footprint. So with that, it is spread out over a couple blocks generally, with Phoenix Elementary located between Belmont and Chestnut, just south of 4th Avenue South. The school itself has a lot leased just north of 4th Avenue from the United Lutheran Church to provide some additional parking, with it being somewhat of a constrained site. So we have a lot of visitors that come from that parking lot down to the school site. So limited parking leads to off-site parking. We also have hazards in the area due to parking along Belmont. So just when that peak traffic period hits, it becomes a busy area with parents picking up and dropping off. Again, with it being a neighborhood school, you have a lot of parents coming to pick up. The busing for the school is limited to special needs students. So most folks come via or on foot or from parent drop-off. The school has worked hard to do a formalized pickup drop-off, so you can see the little dots around the school where they have different pickup areas for parents to pick up their students. So they do try to spread it around the school site, but it still becomes a busy and congested area during those times. And then from a traffic flow perspective, as I mentioned, elevated vehicle speeds are always a concern in the area, so we did a pretty comprehensive data collection effort here. During these busy times, there are increased pedestrian activity with pedestrians walking to and from school. There's also existing traffic control measures that are out there, like dynamic speed signs and school zones, to help slow down traffic through the area and at least notify people that they're entering into a busy area. As a general overview for the site, I'll just keep going here. We did a comprehensive evaluation of our existing traffic volumes out here. So looking at both the AM and the PM peak hours, so those busiest traffic periods, and making sure that the traffic control and the measures out here accommodate those movements. We also looked at the school drop-off times and finding when that bell rings in the morning and in the afternoon, just to make sure that we're really developing improvements that meet the needs of all times of day. One of the key things that we looked at here, as I mentioned a bunch of times already, is pedestrian movements. And one thing of note here, the 4th and Belmont intersection is that always stop located just northeast of the elementary school, and that's a busy intersection from a vehicle's perspective. There's also a lot of pedestrians that move through that intersection, but one of the interesting things we found as part of the study is the 4th Avenue and the Chestnut Street intersection is the busiest pedestrian hub along the corridor. We have over 450 pedestrians that crossed at that intersection during the 13-hour data collection period we had, with 250 crossing the south leg, and that's primarily students walking to and from the playground located just east of Walnut Street, and then 156 crossing during that 13-hour period to get to and from both at lot lease from the church as well as other facilities to the north. So it's a very busy area from a pedestrian perspective. Pedestrian bicycle crash or an overall crashes in the area is something that we always dig deep into as well. And there was a 2022 crash at the intersection of 4th and Belmont where a minor was struck by an eastbound vehicle. By and large, safety in the area, the intersections do operate within acceptable range for crashes that are occurring. Just if you look at averages throughout the state for the traffic control we have out here. But there are some trends and some tendencies out here where we see right angle crashes occurring at some of these intersections, which are T-bone crashes at intersections like the 4th Avenue and Belmont intersection. So while that always stop control there is moving vehicles effectively and is within what we'd expect to see for the number of crashes occurring at an intersection like that, there are still trends of crashes occurring. And just to give an overview of the existing conditions, so what the work that we did to really understand what's going on out here to help contribute or thoughts to what the proposed recommendations are. So we did intersection and pedestrian counts at all the intersections within the area here. We also did site observations, so went out there and visited the site, watched traffic. We popped a drone up in the air to better understand how traffic is functioning and how pedestrians move throughout the area during these busiest times. And we also put radar speed counters or collectors out there at various locations just to collect vehicle speeds. As I mentioned with some of the safety data, we did a crash data analysis and pulled crashes for the previous 5 years and also looked back 10 years for ped and bike crashes and really looked to identify those high-risk intersection areas and those trends, as I talked about, to help inform on solutions out here. Some of the key challenges that we observed were limited pedestrian visibility, just with all the loading and unloading and the busyness that comes with the drop-off and pickup times, high vehicle speed, so occasional people moving through the corridor at a high rate of speed, and then improvable crossing conditions, whether that be enhancements to the already enhanced crossing locations that are out there with the beacons that are installed at Chestnut and Walnut, or the LED enhanced stop signs at 4th and Belmont. There are some really nice improvements out there, but just looking to really build upon that to create an even safer environment. And yeah, as I mentioned, observations, there's significant pedestrian activity, and just with all the activity in the area with pedestrians and bicyclists and drivers and motorists, there are some risky behaviors that are occurring.
So I'll be really quick with my slides. I really just here to talk about the public input that we did. So as you can see, there's a lot of mailers and social media outreach that we did. Those don't reflect completely with the attendance at some of our public inputs, but one of the points that I want to make is the value of the conversations that we had. So we had residents who were directly adjacent to the school, as well as one of the teachers, the actual teacher who had their student struck, was also at the input sessions to continuously give us good input for this. On top of that, we also were really available to people, and so I had coffee with a number of residents in the area as well. This is my neighborhood, so for me it wasn't just a study, it was also how does this impact my life and how does this impact the people around me. And so the numbers show our outreach was huge, but I think the quality of outreach is actually what was the difference maker on this one. From there, like Jake said, we did host 2 public input sessions. So the first on May 18th was really just an opportunity to talk about the project, let people know what the vision was for it, and just gain some insight from the local residents. So this is where, like I said, we had teachers who actually were there. We had the residents who were directly adjacent who gave us really valuable input. And then on November 8th, we had our second input session. This was where we presented our findings as well as some of our potential recommendations to really gather insight from the residents, from the people in the area on what their feelings were about our recommendations and our implementation strategy. Just some major themes that we heard from the public. Obviously, traffic flow was a big thing for a lot of people coming through that area. And traffic flow is both vehicular, but also pedestrian flow. The safety enhancements, so once we presented these were really nice to hear back from people, what they thought of them. The pedestrian paths enhanced, so Jake will go into these a little bit more. And then honestly, how much they felt valued by being heard. And so being available at all times. Like I said, I went out for coffee with 3 of the residents in the neighborhood to make sure that since they weren't able to attend the public input, they still had the opportunity to give their feedback, to hear what we were talking about. And then also just the multimodal support. So looking at all the different users coming through there, whether it's on bike, whether it's vehicular, pedestrian, or people in wheelchairs as well. How do we make sure that the space is good for everyone? And I will hand it back off to Jake.
All right, so before we jump into recommendations of the study, just wanted to have a quick overview of the site locations that we have. So we want to make sure that we establish consistent guidance in what we provide out here, whether it's sidewalks, trails, trees, streetlights, to make sure what we build can be taken care of. And we know there are constraints in the area. It's a historical neighborhood. It has mature trees, it's well built out. And as I mentioned, there are a lot of good pieces out there. So we're not looking to start from scratch and really build a new corridor, but really expand on what's already out there. In doing that, we want to make sure we're cognizant of the existing environment, just both from an impact standpoint as well as a cost perspective. So some certain things are providing sidewalks versus trails. Maybe it's something a little smaller, a little narrower, but still services the area well. Looking at enhanced pedestrian crossing devices, but doing so at high priority locations. Minimizing construction impacts to limit tree removals, and then making sure all of that is maintainable by public works staff that needs to come in and plow snow and do things after the fact, just so we don't create headaches for future flow or future, maintenance. And then looking at street lighting as well at certain locations, not indiscriminately placing it, but maybe looking at certain locations where we could get the highest benefit out of that. So as part of the study, our near-term priorities, we have a list of projects that we'd like to see implemented in the near term, and we have some graphics on the following slide, so I'll move through these quick and we can talk through the benefits. But looking to really realign crosswalks at Walnut Street, Chestnut Street, and Belmont, just to better align crossing locations that are currently skewed. Provide enhanced pedestrian crossings, installing RFBs, so those are the flasher systems that have kind of the alternating rectangular lights on them that really draw the attention of drivers. Collaborating with the school to temporarily install in-street pedestrian signs just to raise awareness of these key crossing locations. And then encouraging the school for the use of crossing guards during drop-up and pickup. So that is currently being done at some level, but just continuing that program. The south parking lot of the school and south parking lane, looking for improvements there that we'll touch on. Restriping 4th Avenue South to better define drop-off and pickup. So currently there is drop-off or loading and unloading zone provided along the south side of the street, but just trying to do our best to better define that and improve safety. And then, as I mentioned, looking at corridor lighting or intersection lighting along 4th Avenue. So with a couple images here, I'll move through these quickly, but one of the improvements that we're looking at is the narrow lane width. So right now there's essentially a stripe along the center of 4th Avenue that's 15 to 16 feet lanes, 30 to 32 feet width road. So looking to push that center line a little bit further north to make a 10-foot lane, 11-foot with the gutter, and just create a larger space on the south side for a safer environment for drop-off or for loading and unloading along the south side of 4th Avenue, just north of the school. Looking at curb extensions, also known as bump outs. And you can see these in a couple of images here with the green. And really what that does is that pulls that curb line out at these intersection corners to reduce crossing distance for pedestrians. So pedestrians that are currently crossing that 30 feet width to get across the road, that could get bumped down to about 22 feet, just so they're less exposed to passing drivers. It also makes them more visible to passing vehicles, and vice versa. They can see the vehicle better, the vehicle can see them better. And then possible speed reduction. Whenever you get a change condition where you're not just driving down a conventional neighborhood street, if you have that little bump in that pulls it in, that's going to catch the attention and potentially, and the idea is to slow some vehicles down driving through the area. And then I mentioned realigning crosswalks. You can see that intersection on the bottom, that's the 4th and Chestnut intersection. So those dashed lines you can see on the right side of that image, so that's the bottom left one. You can see how skewed it is crossing the intersection. And we're looking to relocate that further to the east. And if you walk out there right now, there's a goat path or a little path through the grass where students or people cut through the grass and just cross the shortest distance. So realigning that crosswalk to make that the shortest distance for people to cross. But then as we look at these enhanced devices like the RFB that have the button that you press to activate it, actually getting that in a spot where a pedestrian is going to cross rather than cut the corner and avoid that completely. We're going to bounce down quickly to the Belmont Road and 8th Avenue intersection. So that's that always stop, really towards that south side of the project limits that we have. It does not meet warrants. So from a traffic volume perspective, we wouldn't install an always stop based off volumes, but it's been there a while, it's functioning well. It's moving pedestrians across, it's moving drivers through the intersection quite well. So at this time, we're not recommending removal of that. But that will be something to monitor as traffic volumes do increase on Belmont in the future, just to make sure it's still the correct fit. And with that, if pedestrian traffic or as pedestrian traffic increases in the area, potentially implementing curb extensions at that intersection as well, or along Belmont at key areas where people cross. And then the enhanced pedestrian crossing. So I touched on that earlier with the RFBs. And that bottom right image is the Chestnut intersection again with that realigned crosswalk. But putting these devices at driver or at eye level, currently the overhead beacons are up over the top. So bringing everything to an eye level. It's a small neighborhood street. It's people drive through there at a slower rate of speed. You don't need the overhead beacon. So bringing something at eye level that kind of keeps everybody looking just straight ahead. So implementing that, along with the in-road signs, which you can see there in that bottom right image in the middle of the street. Really just to really drive awareness to these locations where people are really crossing the corridor and really highlight that it is a used crossing location. And this is just some background data. I think I've touched on most of this with the benefits. One of the items that I wanted to talk through is that bottom one with the traffic calming, speed bumps, humps, and tables. So currently there is a speed table on Reeves Drive, and we did collect data at 4 different sites, speed data throughout the corridor. And you can see if you look at site 4, there is a speed reduction there. The placement of our radar device in this area was about 150 to 200 feet south of that speed table on Reeves Drive. So what it shows is that it does do a decent job of slowing traffic down in the vicinity of that speed hump or the speed table, and it does slow traffic down as they enter or depart that speed table. Whether as you get further away from that table, the benefits of that, but it does a nice job within the neighborhood or that vicinity to slow traffic down.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Yeah, please do.
Did you just say the speed table did reduce traffic speeds?
Near the crossing location or near the speed table.
Okay, I just wanted to double check that.
Yeah. And then honing in a bit on the Phoenix Elementary School area improvements. So we were talking more of the greater area roadways there. So honing in on the school itself. So the image there is just that southwest corner of the Chestnut Street. So looking to reallocate some parking. So right now, we have the special need bus parks along the west side of the school. So relocating those buses to the parking along the south side of the school and creating additional parking along Chestnut Street. You see the bump outs there as well. That's kind of a theme for a lot of these improvements, but kind of channelizing that park or the driveway exiting the school site to force people to go north up that Chestnut Street roadway and then creating a bump out to make it more uncomfortable for people to make a left. Currently, we see non-compliance for people driving the wrong way on a one-way to cut down to Fifth Avenue and continue along their route. So looking for ways to deter people from doing that is really the main purpose of this, and to provide a safer environment, again, for pedestrians to cross in the area. We touched on the Fourth Avenue drop-off lane already, so that's with those narrow lane widths, that's that bottom image there, but just creating some additional space and definition for where those vehicles can park and where people can depart the car safely. And then that's the south parking lot, so that north, or that line we have there with the rectangles, that would be potential bus parking during loading and loading during these busiest times, busiest drop-off times. And the idea is to get good, clean, safe access for pedestrians or for students to get on and off the bus, and just to clean up that area, which is a very congested one during drop-off and pickup. So revising those parking stalls, as well as adding some definition for that south parking lane with a stripe and maybe some bollards or little signs, just to get people flowing through the area better. And then the last one here is the Belmont mid-block crossing. So just south of that driveway, the school driveway off of Belmont, just potentially looking to add some pedestrian ramps and a safe crossing for people, just as people migrate towards, or students migrate towards the school as they get closer to the site, giving them a safe crossing location of Belmont. So that's a long list of improvements, I guess, that collectively look to improve safety for pedestrians in the vicinity of the school and the general area. We did take a deeper look as part of a previous study and incorporated it within this one for the future conditions at 4th Avenue South in Belmont. So we did a lot, and as part of the study, we looked at the current always stop that is present at that location. With the study that was done previously, that it looked at the 2045 no-build scenario. So it analyzed the site, or the roadway network without a future bridge or a future river crossing, so which would then push more traffic onto the existing network or continue to provide it on roads like Belmont. And with the added traffic as you move towards 2045, there were some recommended solutions for that 4th and Belmont Road intersection. So one of them, the leading one, being a mini roundabout, just being that for efficiency and safety to move vehicles through the intersection, but it also does a really nice job of slowing cars down through the area as well. So mini roundabouts are designed to move cars through at 15 to 20 miles an hour, which is a lower speed than what the speed limit is along the corridor. So it really do a nice job of slowing traffic down around the school. Another option that was looked at was the traffic signal with and without turn lanes. But really the focus was kind of that mini roundabout in the area. And we did have a quick conversation with the principal at the school, and while he didn't have a strong opinion on roundabout or signal, just supportive of whatever improvement would be beneficial to the neighborhood and the safety of his students. So the next steps with that then would be carrying forward a preliminary design of a mini roundabout at that 4th Avenue Belmont intersection, just to further vet out how it fits within that intersection and get it ready for future funding potential and looking into future improvements.
All right, before I go a whole lot further on this one, I do want to take a step back. Councilmember Lunsky, to your question on the speed tables. One of the things, actually, I think I went too far on that one. Right here. So I believe that is site 4, and that's right here. And one of the things you can end up seeing about it as, and can you remember if the 25 was that as you were approaching or just coming off of it?
It was as it was approaching, and then after they're past it, they sped back
Then
up.
it speeds back up. So though it may reduce speed as they approach, people have a tendency to speed right back up. So just wanted to clarify that.
You can just let me have that for tonight.
Okay. All right, so project costs, and we have upcoming projects as well. So right now, we've got a couple of projects that are happening this year that are fairly sizable, one of which is the 2024 Mill and Overlay Project. It's $3.2 billion, or sorry, $1 million. Oof, that'd be a really expensive project if it was with B. And the near South Side neighborhood is $2.8 million of that. The other project we have here is the Belmont and 5th Roundabout Project. That's $1.5 million. That was being funded through the Urban Grant Program, so that's an 80-20 grant on that one. And then the potential prioritized Phoenix Elementary School safety improvements that we're discussing tonight. Short term, possibly constructing 24 and 25. Now, some of the larger considerations for these projects is with those curb extensions, those bump outs. In a lot of these intersections, we have storm sewer right at those intersections. Those intersections are the low point, so we can't just go out there and install bump outs without taking into consideration the storm sewer and the associated grades throughout the area. So those projects with bump outs,
Is the bump out proposed to be painted bump out or an actual concrete bump out?
concrete bump out.
Thank you.
That way then you actually have some substance there rather than just paint. Because in the wintertime, paint doesn't do any good when it gets covered with snow. Was there another question or no? Okay. So future consideration for our project costs. Right now, we have about that block segment of Chestnut Street, which was discussed earlier, where people are taking Chestnut the wrong way to take that shortcut down to Fifth. Reconstructing that block, roughly about $600,000 for that. Fourth Avenue, from where we finished our reconstruction at Walnut to Belmont Road, we're looking at about $1 million for that one. The intersection at Belmont and Fourth Avenue itself, considering that's a roundabout construction, very similar to what we have at Belmont and Fifth, we're estimating about $1.5 million for that. And then reconstructing Belmont Road from South Fifth Street down to 8th Avenue, excluding that roundabout area, we're estimating about $4 million for that. And right now, that project is in our 6-year CIP for 2028. So in total, with these larger construction costs, we're talking about $7.1 million in needs. I'm not going to go through all this in great detail, but in 25 and 26, we're looking at about $30 million in construction project requirements. And that's also based on the city receiving $10 million of that Prairie Dog funding within that 2025 and 2026 biennium and being able to use that towards these various projects. Now, when it comes to funding, especially these large dollar ticket items, there are a number of federal programs out there that we have been successful in the past in obtaining funding for. One of the first ones that comes to mind is the Transportation Alternatives Program. Many years ago, the Safe Routes for School program got folded into the TA program, so there are elements of school safety and Safe Routes to School that could be pursued with the TA program. Now, some of the difficulties with the TA program is it is a competitive program. It also only allows for construction costs. Engineering costs are not eligible or are ineligible for the federal funding through the TA program. The next program, and I should also say that roadway reconstruction probably is not going to be all that eligible. So it makes this program very, very difficult for us to try to get funding for these kinds of projects. The next program is the Highway Safety Improvement Program, otherwise known as HSIP. This is another competitive program. This is a 90% federally funded, 10% local. Construction engineering, I believe, is eligible for this one. The design engineering is not. This is also a competitive program. We could potentially put in an application in 2024 for this, and realistically, earliest construction we could see on this one would be 2029. Which leads me to the Safe Streets and Roads for All program. This is a relatively new program. It is a 80-20 split, so 80% federal, 20% local. The downside with this is you do need to have a comprehensive safety action plan prior to submitting an implementation grant. Now, one of the nice things about that is the City of Grand Forks, the MPO, and the City of East Grand Forks ended up applying for and receiving a planning grant to develop that comprehensive safety action plan, and that's actually currently under development with Bolton and Menk on that one, and it's anticipated to be completed summer of 2025. Typically, the implementation grants for these ones, their timeline for the application is in the spring, so realistically, we could end up applying for a grant program in spring of 2026. The other thing on this one is the minimum award amount on this program for implementation is $2.5 million, which is well within that threshold of what we're looking at for some of those reconstruction projects. So, what are our next steps? We can begin some of the short-term deals. Realigning the crosswalks, those are activities that we can take care of through some of our existing sidewalk contracts, which we have awarded. Providing our enhanced pedestrian crossing beacons at a couple of locations, those RRFBs. We could end up using funding through either our signal budget line items and having our city electricians install those. The south parking lot and south parking lane, those are items that we can end up working with the school district on to see if that's something they can pursue. That way then, this is more than just the city only. This is also getting the school district involved in some of these improvements, as well as that restriping 4th Avenue South to better define that drop-off and pickup area. We would have to just go out there, get some sandblasting done to remove the existing striping, and then we could potentially use city forces to put down some new paint on the roadway there. When it comes to corridor lighting and that the intersection of Belmont and 4th roundabout preliminary design, a lot of those are going to take a little bit more time to develop. Right now, for street lighting, we're seeing some fairly significant lead times on those. So though we could develop a set of plans for that and get those out the door, because of the long lead times on the street lighting, we likely wouldn't see an install until 2025 on that one. When it comes to the mini roundabout preliminary design, a lot of that we could start doing our initial layout, really determine what we need for right-of-ways, particularly in kind of those triangular portions of the adjacent properties that we would likely need to acquire in order to make that roundabout fit. It's a pretty tight intersection, so we're talking, this is going to be probably a slightly smaller roundabout than what we're looking at Belmont and South 5th Street. But I think it's something that is worthy of taking a look at. The next piece is, the continuing education and enforcement of what we have down there. Now, it was already brought up that Safe Kids Grand Forks is already doing a great job educating their students as to how to use the flashing beacons, how to use the flashing stop signs. So just continuing to work with those individuals, keep working with the school district. Promoting, one of the other things that got brought up in the study itself is that the majority of the vehicle traffic traveling through the intersection is essentially either going westbound and traveling southbound or going northbound, traveling eastbound, essentially using the bridge and then heading south on Belmont. One of the things with that is we can end up encouraging students to end up using the west leg and the north leg of the intersection to reduce the potential conflicts that we have between vehicles and pedestrians and kind of get rid of crossing that far east leg of the intersection where we have a fair amount of traffic. Continuing to support the crossing guard program, and then, if we end up working with our police department on additional enforcement measures, especially when the school year starts, that way then hopefully we can get people into the pattern, especially as the school year starts. Hopefully things can move on successfully further on. And then tonight, this is just an information-only item, and we're looking for your comments as to what else we should be considering. Contact information for Jake and Blue are on the screen, and we can stand here for any questions you may have.
Any questions for, yes, Ms. Linsky, please.
I just have a couple. The RFBs, will they be a little bit easier to work with than the stop sign ones that are there right now?
The RRFBs would primarily be used where we currently have the overhead beacons. Those are used at pedestrian crossings. Those would not be used at a stop sign location.
Okay, so would you take down the larger beacons then?
That would be the game plan. And the nice
Okay.
thing is we have a lot of already existing infrastructure there. We already have the existing feed point. We already have the cables leading up there. The conduit's already there. It's pretty much a swap, fairly easy to install. Biggest cost is the RRFBs themselves.
Okay, and then I know paint has been hard to come by, so hopefully we can just get the crosswalks painted too. I know that helps. And then David, your slides weren't online. Will they be?
Yes, they should be. I can work with Sherry on that one.
Okay, and then my last question was for Jacob. So just one more time, speed tables work? Thank you for your presentation.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Vian, please.
Well, thanks very much. I think this is great information. A couple things come to mind. It's really important that we look at this intersection to see what we're going to have. We do know that traffic is only going to increase, so the sooner we can start, the better it would be as the city grows. One thing to think about, do we have other schools around that also need to have this level of study, because pedestrian safety is critical, paramount, and there should be others that we maybe should be looking at also, but I know this one here is critical now, so I understand the priority. Have we ever looked at any additional long-term property acquisition that we would need for long-term safety projects? I know you've talked about sometimes narrower roads, slow down traffic and stuff, but just the way we redevelop the school, the location of the playgrounds and other things, you know, if you look another 50, 20, 25 years down the road, you have your mini roundabout, maybe that needs to be increased. It seems to me that we looking at a full long-term plan?
If you're talking about around this intersection itself, we haven't been focused entirely on purchasing out homes in this historic neighborhood to demolish. We're trying to keep those impacts as minimal as possible just because of those potential historic impacts. When it comes to other locations around town, that's absolutely something I keep an eye out for if we have an opportunity. We ended up purchasing that property over at 1301 First Avenue earlier this year, which we plan on demoing. And that's one project to try to do that advanced purchase. That way then we have that right away in the future. I want to say it was 1001 University Avenue was another property. That was one right by the railroad tracks there at University. Just that way then we can end up moving forward with the gate project at that location. I think that's scheduled either for this year, possibly into next year.
As I recall, it's been a while now, the MPO, there is a overall statewide plan for pedestrian, at least pedestrian deaths or whatever that's trying to be eliminated. I don't remember what the name of that program is.
Vision Zero?
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking
That's
of.
a DOT program, I believe.
Yeah, that I think has some benefit to us, or that some goals that we're trying to achieve. I know some of that runs through the MPO, that we keep those in mind.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Van. And President Sandy, my apologies for missing you earlier. Please. We can't hear you. You're muted. There we go. Thanks.
My sincere apologies. Thank you, Mr. Roman. I think to Mr. Veen's point, if we're currently, the school district is currently in a redesign for Valley Middle School. I would assume that they're going to this sort of length for a traffic study around the new school that they're going to build. Do we have any confirmation of that at all?
President Sandy, we're actually going through a traffic study right now. It's not as in-depth as this Phoenix Elementary School. It's geared more towards the just looking at the traffic elements of it. However, there are a number of improvements that we are looking at, particularly when it comes to where are pedestrians likely to be crossing, how can we shift and move what we currently have out there to make sure that the appropriate resources are at the appropriate location. I believe that is still going through, that study is still being finalized, and I believe we're having a public input meeting either sometime, it still needs to be scheduled, I believe it's either end of this month or beginning of next month.
Beginning of May.
Beginning of May? Okay. So that's another study that's being headed up by Bolton and Menk, so you'll be seeing probably a little bit more details on that in the future.
Is that being headed up for the city of Grand Forks or for the school district, or is it some sort of partnership? Are they paying for that or are we paying for that?
We are paying for that one.
Okay. I would suggest that we should definitely include the safety element. I don't know, they can tell us how in depth we need to get, I guess. I don't have any understanding of how in depth we need to be for that, but certainly we should be considering the safety in that location as well. Thank you for that. I asked Mr. Phelan regarding the viability of Phoenix Elementary School. I know the school district has had significant deferred maintenance on facilities. I don't know what their long-term plan is for Phoenix, but before we start investing millions of dollars into moving traffic around, I wanted to make sure that that school, at least the school district for the immediate future, is planning on keeping it open.
Right. Thank you, President Sandy. Mr. Phelan, please.
Council President Sandy, I did follow up with Dr. Brenner this afternoon, and he did confirm that Phoenix Elementary is in their long-term plan to keep where it is as part of their, master plan of maintaining neighborhood schools. So he said if we did move forward with safety improvements, we should be assured that the school is, they intend for the school to be there for some time too.
Good to hear. And so I would assume then, Mr. Krenko, you're going to be putting together a short-term, mid-term, and long-term list of recommendations and estimated costs. I mean, I would assume we're going to try to move forward with some of the low-hanging fruit as soon as possible.
That is correct, President Sandy. We're looking at the kind of those lists at the very end of the presentation where we're looking at moving the striping on 4th Avenue, pursuing those RFBs for some of those crossings, realigning some of those sidewalks. And then once that Safe Streets and Roads for All comprehensive safety action plan is complete, pursuing implementation grants to pursue the reconstruction. That way then we can end up using federal funds, hopefully, instead of city funds, or at least lesser city funds to complete the project.
Thank you all. Yeah, great. Thank you all for the very good work. I really appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to seeing some of these opportunities implemented.
Thanks. And I thought the name of the firm was Molten Bank, but apparently it's Bolton Mank, so I'll keep that in mind. Mr. Weigel has a question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. For the engineers, when you guys collected the speed on the traffic data, was this, and you may have said it and I may have missed it, but was this during the time that it's listed as a 20 mile an hour zone, or when it's listed as a 25 mile an hour zone?
Yeah, the 20 mile per hour zone.
Okay, when the lights are illuminated and flashing.
I guess for that, our data collection, so we have radar devices that passively detect vehicle speeds, and that goes throughout the duration of an entire day. So we collected for a few weekdays and averaged those numbers out. So, yeah.
Can we parse that information out so that it's when school, between those peak hours of 7:30 till 8:15 and then 2:45 to 3:15?
Yeah, yep, that's something we can easily dig into. I guess one caveat to that too is that it's going to be a more congested area during that time too, just with the amount of vehicle traffic that's going through there. So I would expect lower speeds, but that's definitely something we can pull and try to correlate that to the flashing devices as well, the school speed zone sign or lights.
Sounds good. 'Cause when I look at the traffic speed, nothing jumps out at me as, when you look at an average speed of 28 miles an hour, that's 3 miles an hour over the speed limit. But then if you go to site number 4, average speed southbound is 21 miles an hour. So that's 4 miles an hour under the speed limit. And average only goes up to as high as 29. And so just maybe getting some additional info for during those peak times if we're looking at spending millions of dollars. Possibly in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Weigel. And I know one of the innovative things that you were doing in your information gathering was some drone data. Did that end up working out, and what did you learn from that?
Yeah, for us, and we were able to pop a drone up and essentially went right up over the school and hovered at a few hundred feet, and we were able to see down and see the pedestrians move and see the vehicles move and just get a good understanding of how the queuing and operated and how the site operated during those times. So we could see the backups at 4th and Belmont. We could see the parents circling around the school site. So for us, it just gave us a really good perspective on how things are functioning out there today. So we knew where to kind of focus our attention to implement these improvements.
Parents circling the block. If they can't find a space, then they add to the traffic problem by driving around the block a few times. But your recommendations seek to address that by creating more spots for them to park along that west side, right?
Correct. Yep.
Thanks.
Exactly.
Anything further? Very good. Thanks for the great presentation. Moving on to item 3, discussion items. Item 3.1, engineering agreement for project number 8604, South 48th Street, shared use path from 17th to 32nd Avenue South. Mr. Kirienko, please.
Thank you, Vice President Weber, and members of the committee. The agreement before you, this is a project that is actually using funding from the TA program in order to construct a shared use path along South 48th Street from 17th Avenue South to 32nd Avenue South. As I mentioned previously, engineering is not eligible, and so this is 100% city cost on this. We did put a RFP out. We advertised that. We received 3 proposals. The most qualified was determined to be WFW, and with that, we ended up negotiating a scope and fee with them for the agreement that is before you for just under $153,000. And with that, staff is recommending approving the construction engineering agreement with WFW and for construction administration engineering services in the amount of $152,844.
Questions or comments? We have a motion from Ms. Osowski, second from Mr. Vian. Further questions or comments? Hearing none. Yes, President Sandy, thanks. Sorry.
Mr. Kirienko, were we required to put this out for an RFQ versus an RFP?
I believe this was I believe it was an RFP on this one.
It was an RFP that we then negotiated pricing?
RFQ, my mistake. It was an RFQ.
Right, so were we required to put out an RFQ on this project, or could we have put out an RFP?
Trying to think on that one. I believe it was an RFQ on that one. 'Cause
Mr.
it's
Grasser,
qualifications,
please.
not necessarily proposal, because I think proposal has cost involved in that, doesn't it?
Yeah, so I think, if I may, the difference between RFQ is a request for qualifications, which is a qualification-based evaluation. RFP would be one that has the prices in them, which is essentially would be a bid. And for professional services in North Dakota, we're required to go through the RFQ process. The RFPs are something that would be something that you would do under a different scope of work. So
For all professional services, City of Grand Forks has to go through RFQ, or only when we're using DOT funds, or?
we kind of have 2 processes that both reflect the RFQ process. If you remember, we approved, I think last winter even, a list of professional services, engineering and architectural services that we basically get a list, and we look at the engineers and architects that would be on that list. For smaller projects, I'm going to say generally under $50,000, $60,000, you've heard us say we'll select an engineer off of that pre-approved list. So we kind of have that in-house. That's for the smaller projects. For the larger projects, most of the DOT, you heard Mr. Kirienko mention, some of these programs, the engineering is qualified and sometimes it's not qualified. Under this particular program, the engineering is not qualified for federal expense, which means technically we wouldn't have to do the full advertising process that we otherwise would. However, because of the size of this thing, when we get into this size of a project, we generally reflect what we would otherwise do for same process as we would do with a federal selection, except that we don't advertise through the North Dakota DOT. We'll advertise locally. We'll set up an interview team and a solicitation process. Most times we'll actually do an interview. Did we do in-face interviews? And so it reflects basically the same one, but that has to do as much with the size of the request of the engineering services as it does with federal. If it's federal dollars, we're required to go through an even more arduous process than I just described. It's got to be, again, advertised through the DOT, et cetera, and some extra steps in there.
Again, I'm trying to understand the difference between required versus preferred. I'm still not sure I understand. Is the City of Grand Forks on this project, were we required to go out for RFQ? And
I believe.
For what reason would we be required?
Yeah, it would basically be to comply with the different state statutes, and there might be some dollar cutoffs in there. I'd have to go back and look, or we'd have to do some research and find out exactly what that minimum requirement is. But from a practical standpoint, that's what we've always done, is followed. Again, as soon as those get to be a larger projects where there's going to be more potential interest, and we want to make sure that we have an independent solicitation, review, and selection process for those things.
But we have an independent review process for this, and we would have that for an RFP as well.
I might be able to answer some of the questions. And
Please,
I don't
Mr.
know, I don't know
Gosselin, yeah.
precisely this particular project. I didn't look at it. But there is a procurement process under state law with respect to the state agencies, and that what might Mr. Grass may be referring to. It's under Chapter 54-44.7 that relates to state agencies. There's an exception if there's the cost of the engineering or architectural services is less than $35,000. You don't have to, the state agencies aren't required to go through that procurement process. There's an exception that you can't pay one entity more than $70,000 over a 12-month period of time, but that may be what Mr. Grasser is referring to, because there may be some state funds involved here and utilizing that state process.
Thank you, Mr. Gosted. I'll just make a general observation, and this has nothing to do technically with WFW, because I'm sure they'll do a good job on this project, and I have no problem with what we've negotiated. We're talking construction engineering services for a bike path. And like, to me, this isn't, we're not building an aquatic center, we're putting down a bike path. And so I don't understand why, generally speaking, we wouldn't put out that work in an RFP and get the lowest qualified bidder. Because I believe, generally speaking, we would probably save the citizens of Grand Forks some money. Now, if we legally can't, fine, I'm okay with, we have to follow the law. But if that's actually the case, I think we should talk to our state legislature and say, why are we doing this? Because, again, just my opinion, I have to believe that if we were competitively bidding this, the price would be less. But that's, of course, unsubstantiated. I have no facts to back that up whatsoever. Thank you, Mr. Glasser and Mr. Krenkel. I appreciate your help. I'm ready to vote, sir.
But let me follow up, if I may, President Sandy. Is that something that you would want to discuss with the city's legislative committee and possibly address during the interim? See if any one of our legislators would study that for us.
I'm as much interested in their opinion. Sure. I can certainly make some phone calls myself, too.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Weber.
Any further questions or comments on that matter? Otherwise, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. I believe we are now on item 3.2, bid award for project number 8465, regional traffic signal rehabilitation. Again, Mr. Kuryanko.
Thank you, Vice President Weber and members of the committee. The project before you is on our regional traffic signal rehabilitation project. This is a regional roads project that is being led by the DOT. That means that the DOT is leading this. We are essentially going to be concurring in the award of the project once it gets bid. Right now, this project has not been bid yet. It is scheduled to be opened on Friday. So we'll be looking to update this staff report and bring forward a recommendation. Trying to do this that way, then we can get this project going as quickly as possible, because I believe it's a 5 Monday month coming up. So I would further delay the concurrence in the award. And with that, staff is recommending that we concur in the award for a contract low bidder to be determined, and we'll be updating that staff report before the council.
I move approval.
Motion from Ms. Zasowski, second from Mr. Kafami. Further questions or comments on this matter?
Mr. Weber?
We have a motion on the floor. No further, yes, please, question, Mr. Sandy, President Sandy, please.
Just a pure comment. So here's a DOT project. I have to believe that rehabilitating traffic signals is equally as technical, if not more technical, than putting in a bike path. Yet we got to go out for lowest bidder on this project. So again, I don't understand why why the law, our state law is telling us we have to do one thing on one project and we can get the lowest bidder on the other project. Anyway, I'm happy to vote and approve this award. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks for that comment. Anything further? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 3.3, bid award for project number 8754, 2024 asphalt street repairs. Good evening.
Afternoon, President Weber and members of the committee. Before you, the project is for bids for City Project 8754, the 2024 asphalt street repairs. This is our annual maintenance project for asphalt streets. Bids were opened on March 28th, and we received 4 bids. A low bid of $54,300 was submitted by OP Construction, which was 9% over the engineer's estimate of $49,740. The staff recommends awarding the contract to the low bidder of OP Construction in the amount of $54,300 for project 8754.
Very good. Thank you. We have a motion from Ms. Osowski, second from Ms. Linsky. Further questions or comments? President Sandy? No.
Thank you.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. And item 3.4, bid award for project number 8755-5657, the 2024 concrete street repairs, arterial street subdivision concrete rehab. Please.
Yes, these projects are our annual concrete street repair projects, just slightly different, a little bit different scope of work on each one, but similar work. That's why they're all bid together. These projects the bids were received also on March 28th. We received 3 bids with a low bid of $329,317.50 submitted by Tony Anderson Construction. The bid was approximately 5.7% under the engineer's estimate. The staff recommends awarding the contract to the low bidder of Tony Anderson Construction and approve any necessary budget amendments for the projects.
Very good, thank you. Ms. Bremer, correct? Yep. Very good, thanks. Questions or comments? We have a motion from Ms. Osowski, second from Ms. Linsky. Anything further? Hearing nothing further, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Was that an affirmative, President Sandy?
No.
That was so we have a vote of 6-1 with President Sandy in opposition. Moving to item 3.5, bid award for project number 8790, district number 782, reconstruct 10th Avenue South from South 48th Street, 350 feet west of South 50th Street. And good evening.
Thank you, Vice President Weber, members of the committee.
Mr. McGuire, thank you. Good evening.
This project is reconstructing 10th Avenue South out in the industrial park. It's just west of South 48th Street out there. We received 3 bids on April 4th. Those bids range from $1.11 million to $1.24 million. The lowest bid received was from OP Construction in the amount of $1.11 million. This was 9.5% below our engineer's estimate. A portion of the project will be funded with a city share. Current city policy is to fund 80% for the reconstruction of local streets. City share is estimated right now at $890,000, and this will be funded from the Street and Infrastructure Fund 4815, where a total of $1 million was budgeted in '24 for this one. Benefiting properties will be special assessed 20% of the cost for this project. At this time, staff recommends awarding the contract to low bidder OP Construction in the amount of $1,114,450.90 for project number 8790.
I move approval.
We have a motion from Ms. Osowski, second from Mr. Kavami. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Item 3.6, bid award for project number 8815, downtown flood infrastructure rehab. Mr. Danielson.
Thank you, Vice President Weber, members of the committee. So this project is a flood infrastructure rehab project. This will be the first year that we're kind of taking on a project like this. And just a refresher, this one includes some pavement repairs around some of our flood infrastructure, and then a lot of maintenance on our flood walls, primarily crack sealing on the flood walls, but there will also be some other minor maintenance activities that go on the flood wall. This project is out to bid right now, and we'll be opening it on Thursday this week, so we don't have bids yet. But we're estimating this project to be about $160,000, and it'll come out of the Flood Protection Capital Maintenance Fund, where this activity is budgeted for. So right now, we're just looking for approval to move it forward to council next week.
I move approval.
We have a motion from Ms. Osowski, second from Mr. Vian. Any questions or comments? Hearing Ms. Lunsky, please.
So we're only doing repairs to the flood wall in those very specific locations on Demers and the Lincoln Park entrance?
No, so that'll be the pavement repairs. Right now, downtown here at Flood Station 204, the pavement's failing at the gatewell structure right behind the building, and the similar thing is happening over at the entrance to Lincoln Drive in a private property owner's driveway. So those will be pavement repairs that we're doing.
Gotcha.
And then the flood wall repairs will be across the whole flood wall.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Item 3.7, plans and specs for project number 8793, district number 783, reconstruct Knight Drive from Columbia Road to 400 East. Mr. Letexier.
Thank you, Vice President Weber, members of the committee. This project consists of reconstructing the existing roadway on Knight Drive from South Columbia Road to 400 feet east. This roadway functions as a cul-de-sac that serves as a primary entrance for multiple apartment complexes as well as other businesses. The total construction cost for this project is estimated to be $600,000 right now. This project is not currently in the CIP, so a budget amendment will be requested at the time of bid award. A project timetable is attached with your staff report. With that, staff recommends to approve plans and specifications and direct engineering to advertise for construction bids for city project number 8793, district number 783, reconstruct Knight Drive from South Columbia Road to 400 feet east.
Very good. We have a motion from Ms. Osowski, second from Ms. Lunsky. Questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 3.8, renaming of Lift Station 28 to Dale Bergham Lift Station. Ms. Severson.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm just looking to get your approval on behalf of the Public Works and Waterworks Department to rename this lift station that was near Dale's home to Dale Bergham Lift Station.
I move approval.
We have a motion from Ms. Osowski, a second from Mr. Vian. Questions or comments? Ms. Lunsky, please.
Just out of curiosity, is there a price attached to that?
I haven't gotten a quote on this sign. It'll be similar to the other three.
So that's the only cost?
That would be
is
the
just
only
sign?
cost. Yep.
Thank you.
Hearing no further questions, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously.
Did Dana have a question?
Oh, President Sandy?
I just had a quick comment. Mr. Bergham was a longtime employee of the city of Grand Forks, and I'm really proud that we could do something to honor him and all the work that he did for our waterworks department.
Thanks. Thank you for saying that. Good. Item 3.9, water distribution box van purchase. Mr. Hanson, please.
Hello, Vice President Weber, members of the committee. Here tonight looking for approval to purchase a box van for the water distribution department. This van will be used to transport parts and tools for water main repairs throughout the city. We did bid this purchase from January 25th to February 15th. We received no bids. So I did some browsing online and I was able to find quite a few vehicles, not locally, but in the upper Midwest that meet our bid specifications and the budgeted amount. So we're just asking for your approval to let us go out and purchase a vehicle of our choosing in that price range directly from a dealership. My staff recommended action would be to authorize staff to negotiate a purchase of a box van not to exceed the budgeted amount of $60,000.
I move approval.
Motion from Ms. Osowski, second from Mr. Vian. Questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Item 3.10, Franklin on 4th, Public Health and Fire Marshal's Relocation and Public Safety Facilities Space and Needs Assessment, RFQ updates. Mr. Phelan, please.
Thank you, Council Vice President Weber and Committee of the Whole. I was here a couple months ago, and I provided you an update regarding public health and a potential relocation to Franklin on 4th. The customer service entrance on University with the second floor administrative outfitting. And I will also discuss at the last meeting that this kind of really fit our need of what we've done in City Hall with realigning city departments that we've done on first, second, and third floor and trying to make sure that we can move ahead for the next 20, 30 years with our space utilization to include the city council chambers. So I think we've really done a good job between the Hive and the City Hall of reorientated our city customer service departments on the first floor. We now have our administrative engineering and inspections on the second floor and our IT and assessing. So I think we've done a really good job with our City Hall phasing. And so one of the other further things that we looked at is public health and trying to reorientate them closer to City Hall and closer to the Hive. And so that was really the orientation of that. And really, at the same time, the Grand Forks County is going through a space utilization study too. So really was the hope of this whole relocation beyond what we've already done at City Hall when we looked at what we did with public health is that we could find lower cost ways to realign our departments without a requirement of a property tax increase or a sales tax increase. And we are also looking for value-added decisions that would also include our colleagues at the Grand Forks County and the County Commission. So that was really the advent of what we were trying to move forward with. And really, as we talked about it last time here, this Franklin on 4th is really strategically located next to the city at $20 a square foot. It's a real relative bargain for office space in our downtown area and really can serve as an extension of city office space and City Hall. So there are lots of benefits and it's just being constructed now. So if we're going to do this, now is the time to do that. So we've done a lot of work on that. As we've been doing some master planning, one thing that's changed, and I'm going to ask Tess and Gary to come up here, we looked at with the fire marshals, and currently we were going to look at the fire marshal's office as part of a central fire station 1 as part of that public safety space utilization plan, but we saw with the Franklin on 4th, and you'll see that when Gary goes over here, there's an opportunity to include their office space in this particular building. So that's the one thing that we added as part of this transition as we move forward. I will say, I've been working with Mr. Ford over at the county, and if there's regarding the sheriff's office relocation from the second floor. And so even though we think we have merits to do what we're doing to relocate public health to the Franklin on 4th, including the fire marshal's office, I know last time I was here, I know it was important to make sure that this was a net neutral move for both the city and the county. And so we have been working with the county regarding the sheriff's office and state's attorney move. In this particular way. It looks like right now, as my follow-up, and there's been some newspaper stories on that, is that the goal is right now my understanding is half the 5th floor is open currently in the county office building. With the move of public health, if they would move from the 3rd floor of public health, that would include another half of that floor. So you'd have essentially one floor that would be open for space for the county. Essentially, probably around 20,000 square feet would be available. In this case, whether that would be the state's attorney, the sheriff's office, or some other county department. I think as they work through their county space needs, it appears that the lowest cost option, which is the county office building, and I think it's been reported about, it would require about a $3 million renovation of those various floors to realign and fill that county office building. That's the lowest cost option. I think really what they're focusing in on is a facility that would be adjacent to the courthouse in our police department in between there, likely a demolition of the current jail building itself, and then building a building there. And I think the first option is what I've tried to explain is just a sheriff's office. The second prior option would be include the sheriff's office with the state's attorney's office. Those options are, I think, have been estimated between $7 and $15 million. And they are currently looking at various options to finance that, those additions within their current capital mill levy that they have, which is, I think, a little less than 2 mills, or some other financing. And they've also looked at, they can go to the voters and ask for a property tax increase for capital. They can also go to the county residents and ask for a sales tax increase. So what we've tried to do is this was not intended, this relocation, to provide a tax increase. It was really intended for a 20 to 30-year plan that would be positive for the city and also for the county. I cannot report at this time that the county is solidified on a decision. My understanding is they're going to brief the county commission in April and try to solidify some of their priorities with an ultimate decision sometime in that May, June timeframe, and how they want to move forward. We all know that property taxes, if you're inside the city of Grand Forks, we're likely about 75% of the value of a mill. With a sales tax, we're about 97% of how the sales tax is derived in the county. So any tax increase in the county impacts the city of Grand Forks and our residents more than anybody else in the county. So we didn't want to try to do that. So that's kind of where we are today. So I'm looking for some feedback from that today. We do have, I'm going to ask Gary and Tess to come up and just give you an overview of kind of what work we've done to have you see how the Franklin on 4th is moving forward. I'm going to ask Mr. Gosted, we have been also working with the developers Northridge on a lease agreement. So we do have a final draft of a lease agreement that we've worked on here over the last couple months as we move forward. We did also move forward at our last meeting. I briefed you on doing a public safety space utilization RFQ, request for qualifications. That is being advertised right now. I didn't have you approve it per se, but I thought I had administrative authority to do that. So just so you know, that's being advertised. We'd likely, we'd set up a selection panel, we'd negotiate agreement, that would come back to you for consideration. So we are planning to do that. That's intended to try to really beneficially use the current police department to include the second floor as part of a near-term transition from the sheriff's office in the second floor of the police department building. So that's all the things we've been working on. I'd like to ask Tess and Gary to come up and show you some of their work, and then finally have Mr. Gosted go over some of the high parameters of the lease agreement. So.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Phelan. And Sherry, do you need me to read all of 310 into the record, or was that sufficient? We're good. Thanks.
Mr. Weber?
Yes, President Sandy, please.
If I may, I just wanted to make note of what some might perceive as a potential conflict of interest. My son, Northridge Construction, is a client of my son's company. Although I received no financial benefit from it, I thought I should note it tonight.
So we'd be looking for a motion to accept President Sandy's statement and indicate our willingness to move forward with him voting on this issue. We have a motion from Mr. Kavami and a second. And so if you know how this is played, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Aye. So the motion is defeated unanimously. Thank you, President Sandy. Ms. Wall, please.
Good evening, Vice President Weber and members of the committee. Since the last update, as Todd mentioned, we've been exploring options within the Franklin on 4th Franklin on 4th facility, knowing we're a small component of the larger vision that Todd has outlined. There's been a number of opportunities we've identified in this presentation as it relates to both public health and the city. The first being increased accessibility. And so I'll pull up the proposed floor plan here in a little bit, but you'll see that in the proposed format, there is a street or sidewalk level entrance, which we see to be a benefit of those that seek public health services, and information which contrasts our current location. Secondly, we've had internal conversations about challenging the status quo, namely how can we think to do things differently instead of just copy and paste the replica of our current space. As your staff report mentions, the space was occupied 20 years ago, and current discussions consisted of how do we look 20 years into the future and optimizing that future space. For example, I've challenged the team to think of storage in a different manner. Just like in your home, if you have the storage there, you're likely to fill it. And so this proposal has allowed us to create a real-life valuation of that storage space and compare that to the identified priorities of the team. And finally, proximity to other entities and resources. Given our brief review of our needs going into the new space, initial sketches shown that there was some extra capacity available, and that was when the concept of the Grand Forks Fire Department Fire Prevention Bureau was introduced. And through conversation and planning, we were able actually to eliminate duplicative space. This relates to plan reviews. So both the fire marshal's office as well as our environmental health team on the public health side do like things. And so by leveraging the technology that the fire department already has, we're able to kind of combine that space in the layout, which I'll show you in a bit. And during this time, the team decided on 3 design drivers that allowed for that common vision to be shared among the internal team as well as the architects. As you'll see on the screen, these are the design drivers. For example, the word representative stands for representation for the work that we do and the folks we served. So in the proposed space, this is exemplified in a building intended for multi-uses, which is just as health touches the many facets of life, as well as in the final draft of the lease, we've negotiated a tobacco-free clause into that lease that ensures the future tenants keeping health in mind. And finally, this slide here is kind of showing a snapshot of what we currently have, as well as thinking of what that looks like in the future. And modernizing workspace is actually a component of recruitment and retention for employees. And I've learned very quickly that through our internal committee, staff have a lot to say about the spaces that they work in. And so we've been able to have some quality conversations about what that looks like. And once again, this is just a snapshot. And so I will pull up the layout here. This is the first level, and as you can see on your left-hand side of the screen, that's University Avenue. So having that public space right onto the sidewalk and parking to be closer than we have now. We have a small lobby receptionist space as well as 2 exam rooms, and so the direct services from a clinical standpoint has decreased over the last 20 years given the growth of some of our clinical partners in town, as well as healthcare reimbursement, different rates and things like that. And so these exam rooms are multi-use. Yes, we can provide the direct patient care services that we currently provide, as well as use them as consultative rooms should a restaurant owner want information on their floor plans for their future restaurant as well. And then this back part here is immunization prep space. We have standards we must meet for certain immunizations, both at the state level as well as private insurers. And so there are some strict storage requirements there. We have a would-be secured opening to the lobby of the marketplace here. And then I can take you up to the secondary level. And so one more kind of change that's happened in 20 years with public health is that we've really leveraged kind of that hybrid working environment. And so instead of relying on the public or clients coming into public health, we're reaching them in different modes that they want to be reached in, whether that's a phone call, whether that's a video chat or what have you. And so this space certainly reflects that. And so on the top of the screen here, you'll see pretty standard offices. The internal team wanted to ensure that the natural light that they are currently receiving in the county office building is reflected in this space as well. We've also been very intentional about having the environmental health space be more shared, or kind of that come and go with proximity to entrances. And so our environmental health specialists can be surveying septic systems as well as surveying our restaurants or food trucks. And so they do have this work environment that is very much a come and go type of thing. You'll see a larger conference room here. This was a preference by the staff, as well as kind of a break room that is more of a flex space as well. So informal gatherings can happen, as well as we would appreciate technology that offers us to record educational seminars from a dietitian standpoint or a food safety standpoint. So that would serve as an educational area too. This southern portion, once again, more offices. We have to be mindful of our HIPAA compliance when we have health items that we're discussing, and so the private offices account for that. And as well as we do have some clients still that we meet face-to-face on occasion. I think the architects have done a really good job of maximizing the space to our needs. And then on the right-hand side is really where the fire department and their space has resided. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Lorenz and can certainly stand for questions after he concludes.
Thank you. Chief Lorenz, please.
Good evening, Vice President Weber and members of the committee. Just as a point of reference, we also have Fire Marshal Brian Getz with us this evening, should you have any questions for him as well. As she mentioned, this little space, if you can see my mouse here, this 4 offices in these 2 rooms is what would make up the fire department in this scenario. Todd was aware of the challenges that are facing, trying to find our PowerPoint here again. The challenges facing the fire department with our space over at Fire Station 1, and we are presented with this opportunity to move into the Franklin on 4th facility. So myself and the fire prevention office, the fire marshal and deputy fire marshals discussed it and felt that this would be a great opportunity until such time as a permanent solution would become available. Meaning if we ever added on to Fire Station 1 or relocated a fire station where we could incorporate our administrative offices into that. But this definitely provides a great bridge to that. And so why move our Fire Prevention Bureau? Well, using the old phrase that a picture is worth 1,000 words, kind of looking here, your picture to my far left, looking at the screen, this is the fire prevention space that they currently utilize, which consists of our fire marshal, 2 deputy fire marshals, and often a person that's on modified duty. For those that don't know what is modified duty, that means somebody that has been injured, had an illness, a surgery, a procedure, that's not really ready to be back on the firefighting shift yet. It happens very regularly, whether it's a knee injury, an Achilles tendon rupture, somebody that maybe is pregnant, all of those things. And, really for the last couple of years, we've had somebody on that modified duty almost exclusively. And so we'll often use this space along with our conference room that you'll see here in a minute. So this space here, you can see we have 4 cubicles in there, and really we're utilizing 4 people in what should be a 2-person office at the most. And we really have no other room in that headquarters facility for these people. This is our other shared space. This is our conference room. We use this for multiple things. Our internship program. We can see our picture with our current intern sitting in there right now, and been very proud of our partnership with UND and your guys' support for the internship program. We actually, 2 of our previous 3 interns are now full-time employees with the the city of Grand Forks. So it's worked out very well. But with Lexi sitting there, we also use this as our main conference room for meetings. If the fire marshals need to meet with a developer or a contractor, we got to share this space. Over to the far end here, you see the screen. In order to improve efficiencies, eliminate a lot of paper, we went to a electronic version of plan review. So a lot of times our marshals will be in this office reviewing building plans. When we have conference meetings, or staff meetings, Lexi will put her in one of our other offices while we're in the meeting, and so they're often bouncing back and forth, as well as utilizing this particular cubicle right here, if need be, if the other room is tied up. So we really are shuffling several people through a very small space. And so with what was depicted in that drawing, it would give each of these people an individual office, and then more importantly, we would now have room to expand into the fire marshal's office. We do have a need to add a deputy fire marshal. Currently, there's the three in there, the fire marshal and deputy fire marshals. That same staffing existed since 1994 is when it went from 2 to 3. So when we look at what the city has grown in both geographical size and population and the demand on that office, it certainly warrants moving some help into that office. And this really does provide a good opportunity to be closer to the inspections office, which we actually work with fairly regularly. They come over once a week to meet, just to go over the projects that are happening in the city. So with that, myself or Fire Marshal Getz would stand for any questions.
Maybe Councilmember Vice President, maybe I could have Dan just go over some of the highlights of the agreement, and then that would conclude our presentation. We wouldn't take any questions.
Thanks, please. Mr. Costa.
This is the most exciting part to the presentation, is reviewing the agreement, right? The lease agreement is pretty standard commercial agreement. I want to first give a shout out to Todd, Fire Chief Tess, and Maureen for their assistance in providing me some guidance as to what they were looking for in the lease agreement. Also want to give shout out to the folks with the developer, Zach Bettner, the attorney for the developer, John Miscavige, Ryan Carlson, and Brett Carlson. Very reasonable people to work with in negotiating the terms of the agreement to reach what I think is a fair agreement for both parties. The agreement, I'm just going to go over just a couple of items in the agreement itself. You'll notice there's a commencement and a possession date that hasn't been inserted yet. We're trying to figure out that the timing as to when the fit-up will be completed, because the commencement and possession date will then trigger when rent would get paid, which would be 4 months after that commencement and possession date. So we want to make sure that our fit-up is complete or as near complete as possible when the rent would start kicking in. And we're working with the developer on that. Also, we had a fairly lengthy discussion about the CAM expenses, and that's now set out in Exhibit 5 of the agreement. There's various components of the CAM. There is what I would describe as CAM that's related to the entire building. And so you'll see that we're paying, about 5% on the CAM for most items. And that's just a function of dividing the space, the public health, divided by the entire size of the building of 200,000 square feet. There's one exception, however, and that's with the elevator expense. What they did is there's 2 elevators that are in use in the building, as I understand it, but only one would be utilized by the public health to get to their second floor. So what the developer did was come up with a kind of a hybrid analysis and said, well, there's X number of feet that's being used by both elevators. You'll pay your 10,000 square feet divided by all the space used by both elevators, and then divided it by 2, because we're only getting access to 1. So that's why that one's a little different, it's about 3.26%. There's no CAM with respect to any expenses to the marketplace component of the building. The other part is that there is a CAM for what's the commercial space, which is our space, everything else but the marketplace space. And that's at about a 30% clip, right? And those are expenses that, again, are directly to the commercial area of the space. I also noted that they make mention of legal expenses. Those are only legal expenses that are actually incurred and would be incurred with respect to the commercial space in total. Okay? There's also a property management fee of 3.5%. That equates at the start of the lease at about $7,100. That would either be, we're either going to pay a management fee, or the rent would more than likely be up a little higher. And as I understand it, the management fee could be higher, like at a 5% rate. And so we were able to negotiate that down to 3.5%. Also, the lease calls for an automatic renewal on a 10-year window. It was originally contemplated that it would be, we'd actually have to initiate something to renew the lease. And we negotiated to have it automatically renewed because it's easier. You might stub your toe in missing that time frame to renew, and all of a sudden you might have to renegotiate that lease by not renewing it. Versus, I'd rather be in a position of saying I've got to stay in the premises and go forward, rather than trying to. We had forgotten to renew. So it's an automatic renewal process unless we elect to leave. There is a process also to arrive at the fair rental value if we renew. Both parties hire an appraiser, and if they're within 10% of one another, we'll just do the average. If it's greater than that, then there's a third party that comes in and determines the fair rental value. It seemed like a reasonable process to me. The other thing is section 4.1, 4.11, and 4.12. Those deal with uses of the property. Right now, you've heard it's going to be public health and the fire department, but it calls for any agency or any department of the city could use that space. The prohibited uses right now are a needle exchange program, which isn't being done in the public health department anyways. It's at Spectre, as I understand. And then group addiction counseling. That was really at the request of the developer because they've got other tenants in the facility and didn't want those type of activities to occur within the building as a whole. And again, those types of activities aren't necessarily being done in public health today anyways. However, it does, this was something that was negotiated into the lease, that all services that are currently offered or allowed or could be permitted under the state code with respect to public health, that a city can offer or the city code are all allowed uses. If there happens to be a change in the future, then the parties said, let's just agree to negotiate that if there's a change in that type of use in the future. Again, that seemed like a reasonable solution at this point. And as Tess mentioned, the lease specifically says there's to be no smoking, no tobacco use or sale within the building as a whole. That's part of the lease. That means the entire building is subject to that. And if there's a change, it would have to be renegotiated in the lease. That was something that was negotiated as well into the lease.
Including private residences in the building?
It's the building talks about the building is to be tobacco-free and smoke-free.
Thanks.
The insurance provisions, there's a number of insurance provisions. We did confirm with our insurance agent in the North Dakota Insurance Reserve Fund that the terms that they've asked for are acceptable. So they're all and we found out that's not a problem. You'll also notice that there's a number of provisions that say intentionally omitted throughout the terms of the lease. That's because those are items that were negotiated out of the lease through the process that we went through. Some of them were, like waivers and liability issues that couldn't be agreed upon from the city standpoint. So rather than trying to renumber everything, that's what, because you can forget about internal references. So we just use intentionally omitted in those circumstances. So that's, if you're wondering what those are, that's what happened. The last thing is there's going to have to be some coordination with the city in some of the security in gaining access to the public health space and using the city's access process. But that's something that will pragmatically happen between the parties. So with that, I'll stand aside and let you ask questions of the folks that are moving in.
Very good. I think that was just the second most exciting part of it. Questions or comments? Ms. Osowski, please.
First off, I'd like to say that last time we talked about this, I asked for us to go out and look at other properties, and I never received anything back. So, but I'm used to that by now, getting blown off a little bit.
Council President, if I can answer that question. I'm sorry, I should have included that in my briefing. And certainly, city administration doesn't blow any of you off as city council members, as witnessed by the first presentation this evening. What we did, I did ask Ms. Lazar from the assessing department to go out and look at some comparable spaces around town and specifically in the downtown area. Most of the spaces that came back were more like in that 4,000 to 5,000 square foot range that wouldn't fit what we have here. The one space we did look at is the currently being developed Beacon by Epic. And that would have, if you look at the first and second floors of the first two buildings, that does have the square footage that would fit in our case. It looks like the price per square foot is about $25 a square foot, so it would be more costly. They would have the space, and I don't think it would be as strategically located as the Franklin on 4th. So we did look at some options. I think the best two options for public health are to remain where they're at in the county office building, or the Franklin on 4th, I think is a really great option too. So those are the two options I think we're down to right now.
I disagree with moving public health, especially at this point. First off, there are other social services within that building, and I think they fit very nicely in that building. There's a giant parking ramp. There shouldn't be any issues with parking for the people that have to go there. I've also heard that they don't know what they're going to do with the sheriff's department. So what are we going to do? Just remove public health and then leave them with an empty building? I mean, like you said, the city of Grand Forks takes up a majority of the county. It's basically left pocket, right pocket. And so then we're just going to abandon them with a building, and our county doesn't have any money. You know, what are they going to do with that space then? Because they also have to fund this move. The county does, because it is Grand Forks County Public Health is what it is. This isn't the city of Grand Forks is public health. This is between the county and the city, although we do manage it. I also think that they fit in very nice at the county building because Spectra is right there. There's a pharmacy. I think that's really great. Also, if the sheriff's department, are there any conflicts of interest with the sheriff's department being in a building with, social services? Are people still going to want to go there and try to get social services, like if it's in the same building as the sheriff's department? Also, I mean, it's not like we're expanding public health space. This is the exact same square footage that they currently have. So we're just spending $1.3 million to go over there and finish off their building. Also, I guess if I was a renter, I would not be keen on having public health live below me. That's just my opinion. I hope you guys find renters, I guess, if they move in there. I just really think until the county kind of knows what they're going to do with their sheriff's department, I understand they need to move out, but I don't want to leave our county hanging, with an empty building. I mean, we've already tried to buy the parking ramp from them to try to save him, so I don't understand that. As for Mr. Lorenz and his fire marshal, it doesn't look like you need a bunch of space, so maybe we could find a different place for you guys that doesn't involve Franklin on 4th. I mean, or maybe we could just move the fire marshal in there. I disagree 100% with moving public health to Franklin on 4th, and I think it's a bad idea. As for the actual cost, I mean, besides the $1.3 million that we're going to spend to retrofit this, I don't think anything's really wrong with the lease. But I think it's a waste of our money just to move them over there when we have a perfectly good building that the county's allowing us to use. I mean, I don't know, how much does it cost to rent from the county? I mean, probably not as much as this lease, and it's not going to cost $1.3 million to redo the county building. So to me, it makes no sense, and I don't think it's a good idea at all.
Thank you, Mrs. Husky. Response or further questions or comments? Mr. Freeland, please.
I think those are the issues I discussed, and that's the debate we have right now. And what we're looking for is direction, because really, before we move forward with final design and bidding, we want to, have some security that we're going on the right path with the city council. Otherwise, we'll pause. And the other issue is with the lease agreement itself. So that's why that's in front of you. We're going to continue on and move forward with the police department building. And we've always been good partners with the county, and will continue to be so.
I'd like to see a pause on it until we really get together with the county so we don't leave them high and dry.
Really, we're here to get your feedback. I've
Well, I don't
provided
like the
both
move either.
options. This isn't a quarrel of everything. I'm just providing two options. It's in front of you. I think we brought back more information for you to consider. And I think importantly, the discussion has gotten the county moving in a direction to find a location for the sheriff's office. Why it wasn't included in the first phase of the project they're building up north, I don't know. But now they're actively trying to find a location for the sheriff's office. It's going to be challenging. That's why we've worked very hard to make it as affordable as possible. It appears, and I agree with Ms. Osowski, is that it appears that the county office building is their fifth priority of where they'd want to go. And maybe the only reason they probably would do that would be because of costs at this point in time. But again, they said that likely a final decision from the county likely may not come up until June of this year.
President Sandy.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. I was going to ask Chief Lyons, but I think he was already relatively clear that the fire department and the fire marshals are interested in moving into Franklin or a new facility. Ms. Wall, although I appreciate your overview, I haven't heard you say that or how the employees at the public health department feel about making this move, or any move for that matter.
Ms.
Yeah.
Wall, please.
President Sandy, I think there is a spectrum of how public health individuals feel about it. Some people are excited about a potential move. Others are a little more cautious. As leaders, we know that some people want change but don't want to change, and so certainly that can be reflected in themes of this as well.
So thank you. So Mr. Freeland, thank you as well. Mr. Freeland, and I appreciate your political correctness and how you always have a soft touch with the county and with our other partners. And I've read in the paper your opinion on how working with them is important and that we can hold off on the sheriff's department or at least our remodel. But what exactly is our plan for remodeling the police station? And at what point is the sheriff's department actually going to be in our way?
Well, I think the first step is, I mentioned we have issued administratively a request for qualification to get a firm just so that we can take a look at the police department building. And our two primary folks we want to give some space is obviously the police department, but also public safety answering point. And so we'd like to hire a firm to really look at mainly the main floor and the second floor and how best can we transition into that building with those two needs. So I think that's one of the first steps we're looking at. And then ultimately, that would give the county some time to find a transition plan, because we know we'd figure out a plan and then we'd go to design and then we'd go to construction. So we're not fast pacing this because we know the county is going to have some time to do that. But that's kind of where we're at today. I think the next thing you would see for the police department is a request to move forward with an agreement with a firm to do a utilization study of that building.
Well, I appreciate that too. To Osowski's point that this is going to cost us a lot of money in moving public health, I think if you look at the actual costs of what's going to happen, it's going to cost the citizens of Grand Forks twice as much money if we don't move. And so I'm certainly not real excited about spending money or forcing public health to move. I think it actually provides some pretty good synergies for having them across the street from City Hall. And I think this ultimately For me, we're hedging, the citizens of Grand Forks, we're hedging our bets, because we know if we make a real easy path for the sheriff's department to move in there. And I certainly understand that there are those in the county commission and in the county that aren't interested in that. At some point, they're going to have to make a financial decision, and they don't have many options because they don't have any money. And so I think by us making this move, we're making it easier for the county. That's just my opinion, though. Thank you, Mr. Payton.
Thank you, President Sandy. Any further questions? or
Vice
comments?
President Weber, if I could just real
Yes, Mayor,
quickly.
please.
I guess I don't think we're leaving the county high and dry. I'm not sure who Ms. Osowski's talked to that would feel that way. We've heard from the county, they need more space, they need to utilize. They just finished a project, or they're in the process of building a jail. They're talking about an expansion of the jail already before that one's even completed. I would say they've been aware of this move since 2019. They haven't gotten together in 5 years to try to help alleviate that on the sheriff's department until we finally proposed, let's move the public health over so you've got more options. Now finally they're meeting and able to get together. So at a minimum, we've at least moved that conversation forward. But we've continued to work. I don't see this as leaving them high and dry at all. I think this gives them maximum amount of options. Ultimately, they're finally meeting. We've seen progress that hasn't taken place in the last 5 years. And at what point has the city been left high and dry with a police department that can't move forward with the remodel that they need to do their job? And they're already on top of each other. I think Chief Mackey Deputy Chief Mackey could speak to that. I've been over there multiple times. I know with what they're dealing with, and I think they've been doing the county a favor for quite some time. So I would definitely push back on holding the county high and dry, and I would love to know where that conversation came from, because it certainly isn't what I've heard from the county. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Vian, please.
Yeah, I don't have a lot additional to say. I think there's, as has been expressed, there's a lot of unknowns right out that are still on right now. It's really hard to proceed with anything until we know a little bit more. The health department is both a city and a county. It isn't the city or the county, it's combined. They're at a location right now in the county that has pretty good parking with the ramp there. And there's no cost for rental cost. I mean, and so any move we make has a cost to us. I see the understandability when you have an opportunity, you got to weigh, I think, the opportunity against what I think is the costs that we would assume when we get into that new project too. So it seems to me there are a number of unknowns yet. I'm more inclined to keep it right where it is because it's at no cost for us and we're fit up. But if there's additional information that does come forward, I would be open to consider it, but it seems like a hard move right now.
And Council
Mr.
Vice
Freeman,
President
please.
Weber, really our hope, and as the county has worked through their feasibility study, I guess I never realized that a sheriff's office could not go into or was not a preferred option inside a county office building. I didn't understand the security risks of having a sheriff's office in a county office building. I didn't understand clients that go into a county office building and a sheriff's office being located in the building would provide some sort of chill for those that, have warrants or those sorts of things. I did not understand that, just, working where I work here in the city of Grand Forks in administrative buildings. So really our goal was, as part of this, as part of all the positive some things to move the public health department and finding the fire marshals, was to defer a $9 to $15 million project. That would have been a huge win for the community, for both the county and the city. But because of those two reasons, there are serious doubts whether the sheriff's office will go into the county office building. I've also heard the state's attorney's office. It wouldn't work out for them to be in the county office building too. So all those reasons I did not understand, but at least through this process, we have identified reasons that may be obstacles in them moving forward, because those were not highlighted a few months ago as a barrier.
Ms. Zelinski, please.
Can you talk about parking just a little bit? Where will public health employees and not customers, clients park?
I'll attest to, but generally what we would do is we would share parking both with our city lots, including our north lot that we have for the employees. So, basically City Hall parking would be shared with public health employees. And then importantly, along University Avenue, we would have an ability to have street parking or off-street parking in that area, and we'd probably also have some customer service parking. I think this area, with all the development, we are going to have some parking challenges, and so we're thinking through some of those things. But that would be primarily, the public health department would be treated like as though they're working in City Hall, and we would identify some customer service parking along the street and at city lots too.
The city lots has enough room to accommodate that?
Yeah. Currently, right now, and we do have some city, we'll call it white vehicles over there. We may have to relocate some of those. They're taking up a lot of space over there. But yeah, parking is going to get tight, so we'll likely have to move some of our own city vehicles that are parked there on an ongoing basis into another location.
Thank you.
Mr. Weber?
Yes, please, Mr. Weigel, please.
Mr. Phelan, have we talked to the developer at all? And I don't even know if this is an option or if they'd even want to do it, but essentially purchasing the space that we intend to rent from them, where we purchase it, where we'd own it, kind of like a condo or something along those lines.
Maybe I'll call on the developer to, one of the developer rep, we have not spoken of that specifically, and looking at Mr. Gosted here too, I don't know if there's any legal ramifications of doing that, but I'd ask Mr. Miscavige first from a concept, and then ask Mr. Gosted to follow up from that conversation.
I don't think it's a question that's ever been posed, and it becomes pretty dynamic financing when you have 3D platting embedded within a structure like this. I'm not to say you can't rule it out, but the number would be astronomical of what you would get allocated. So traditional office space is probably selling for, I don't know, somewhere around $650 a foot. So you'd minus a little bit of the tenant improvement out of that, and you're looking at $6-7 million for allocation of that. So
Plus, you'd still have CAM and the other expenses, right?
you guys would ultimately, incur all those allocations on your own. So.
Thank you.
Would we not?
Yeah.
I just think of the complexity that would ensue, because part of the building would be condoed, part of it wouldn't be, part of it would be individualized tenants, part of it would be commercial. It becomes, not saying it's not an impossibility, getting past, I'm just not talking about the dollars and cents, just getting past the legal issues that you're going to have to work through on an ownership basis. Because that's what you're doing, is with a condo, you're buying the space up to the edge of the walls.
This evening, you're asking for a direction, a green light or not. A lot of work has taken place over the last few months based upon previous direction from the council, I think on January 16th, pointing to go down this road, right?
Yep, but I think in good measure, we were supposed to engage in alternative locations, engage with the county, and a lot of progress has been made over the last couple months, I would say, and especially in the last month on trying to find solutions, working with our partners. So right now, we have in front of you, we have I think Mr. Gossett would say, a draft lease agreement that's ready for your approval. With that approval of that lease agreement, we would then come back and ask to, move forward with design and final bidding of this fit-up space, and to begin moving forward as though we're going to move in, because we'd have an approved lease. So really the trigger for this motion right now is the council wanting to move forward with this lease that would start the wheels in motion.
Thank you, Mr. Phelan. President Sandy, please.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Just because it's come up now a couple times, I've received a text message from an individual asking about why we're not utilizing space in the Hive. I would like to point out, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we got an EDA grant for the renovations of the Hive, and we have to follow through on the terms of that grant, so we can't just take over the space and use it for office space for our employees. Is that not correct?
Also, I believe most of the Hive is mostly leased up at this point.
I think,
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Freeland, please.
The second floor where the Growth Fund has allowed us to move forward with fit up, that's where the former Grand Forks Herald office was. That would be available. It's about 5,000 square feet, so it didn't have obviously the 10,000 square feet that we were looking at. And currently, right now, we're fitting it up, and it looks as though that space is going to fill up just when it gets finished up.
And as President Sandys pointed out too, there were these EDA funds that were directed towards economic development, not city funding.
It would just be that 5,000 square feet that the EDA grant didn't touch, where we'd have
see.
more options.
I see.
And that's being fit up for UAS type companies right now.
Mr. Mayor, please.
I think one thing that would be important to get from the county is just to know what the lease cost would be if public health stays there, because obviously there's no cost right now. The cost right now is the second floor of the police station. That's what it costs us to rent that space for public health. So knowing what the per square foot cost is going to be from the county would be beneficial as well. I don't know if they're in a place to get there. Like I said, it's been 5 years to get to where we are today, and not a lot's been done.
With that discussion, is there a motion? President Sandy, please.
So, Mr. Freeland, can you reach out to Mr. Ford and see if between now and next Monday, the county can come up with some sort of a estimate of square footage cost on the county facility?
I can. And I think to that answer, I know Tess did meet with with Maureen at the county, and maybe she could maybe Tess or Maureen, you could fill in, number one, I heard from Tess and Maureen, who met with the county representatives, that the county would like the public health department to stay in the county office building. And I think there was if you could fill in what obviously, whatever was said in this meeting would have to have county commission approval, but maybe Tess could share what she heard.
With those caveats, there was mention that the county would not charge public health for rent or utilities, but once again, with the caveat that there was one commission member and the county auditor, and Maureen and myself.
And to that end, I'll follow up based upon that representation to get a more formalized motion and approval, so we have solidification of that recommendation.
So short of a formal motion, is council asking for some additional information and a reconsideration a week from now? Is that our intention at this time?
I think maybe a motion of no recommendation with further information at the city council meeting for further consideration.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Mr. Weigel. We have a second from Ms. Lunsky. Any further questions or comments on that motion? President Sandy, please.
And Mr. Freeland, has the county given any indication as to when? I thought maybe perhaps you said like June, right? At what point are they actually going to make a decision on what they're planning on doing? So, and as to the mayor's point, even if public health says that they're not going to charge us, at some point, free will doesn't last forever. They don't have any money. And so they're going to need to put that sheriff's department somewhere. And so whether we're paying for it coming or going, I feel like we need there has to be some commitment from the county to make a decision at some point, because I feel like they're not getting anywhere.
Council President Sandy, I concur. I think they're trying to get there at this point in time.
Are they kicking the can waiting for the next election? I mean, it can be December before they make a decision.
I was told that the plan was in April, at their next April commission meeting, to narrow the options from those 5 options. So to narrow down the list of acceptable solutions, and then to make a final decision on how to move forward with the number one priority. And I suspect in that June meeting, Council President Sandy, there's going to be a parallel funding plan that will have to go along with it. And I think that's what they're looking at, existing resources and possibly new resources to pay for the number one option. I would also agree, I mean, even though it was good to get an offer of no rent, whether that's for the next 50 years or whatever that is, it's certainly, with the condition of the county, you'd certainly would want to try to monetize 10,000 square feet in a building, because that would help offset, additional investments that they would have to make. But that was the offer they provided Tessa Marine.
Mr. Weber?
Please,
If
Ms.
I could
Dorstad,
just
please.
add, part of that meeting discussion, Tess and I did share, and it's attached to your agenda, the estimated annual rent that would be split between the city and county. So that was provided to Ms. Nelson with her analysis of comparing their costs with those solutions. So she has that available, what that estimated annual expense would be to the county.
So the expenses we've been talking about, fit up, the lease, the CAMs, those would be 50/50 city and county?
No, right now, if you look on the attached, I'll just
Thanks.
give you a quick summary.
Very good, thank you.
The fit and finishes, we're estimating, I'm going to just round numbers, around $1 million. Right now, about 10% of that would be for that fire marshal's office, and then 90% would go to public health. And then the city split between, on the public health side, I think it's a 60,
The county's 33%.
the county's 33%. So they would pay, if that 90% of that $1 million of fit up, if that's a $945,000, the city would pay $633,000 of that, and then the county would pay $311,000 of that one-time fit up. The rent is $20 a square foot, and again, doing the same calculation, 10% of that is for the fire, so that would be for the city. So really, the public health lease payment would be a total of $180,000, $120,000 to the city, and about $60,000 to the county. What we talked about with overall, it says the overall total payment would be $75,000 to the county, and that makes up that almost $60,000 in annual rent, and then taking that $311,000 to try to make this as affordable as possible to the county. The assumption is part of a joint powers agreement, again, subject to city council approval and county commission approval. We would take that $311,000 and then come up with that one-time cost, spread that over 20 years of that JPA at a 3% interest rate to try to make it as palatable as possible to the county commission.
Did you give those numbers to the county then? Are they aware of how much it's going to cost them
I'd have
to
to defer
move
to
over?
Marty.
It was, when Tess and I, as Mr. Freeland spoke, met with Ms. Nelson, it was provided to her. It has not gone to a county commission at this time.
Okay, thank you.
We do have a motion on the floor. Any further questions or comments on that motion, or are we ready to vote on that motion?
Can you repeat the motion again?
Yeah, can we have
please?
Mr. Freeland or Ms. Dorstad, please? Or Sherry? Thank you.
So what I have down is a motion of no recommendation but move the item forward to city council where more information will be received.
And that was the intention of the motion?
Yep.
Very good.
Really, the intention is to move it forward. I want to move it forward to council for a final resolution. I think that'll get us there. And then ultimately, you can always postpone the decision on Monday, but at least it gets it to city council.
President Sandy, anything final to say? Mr. Veen, please.
I guess I'm trying to fully understand, or maybe I struggle to figure out what problem we're trying to solve with what we're doing. This health department exists there right now, and with at little to or reduced cost, if no cost, there's an opportunity maybe to move, but until we have a lot more information, I don't see what I'm going to learn in a week that's going to tell me that we should continue moving forward. That's just where I'm at. So.
Hearing nothing further, all in favor of the motion before us, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Mr. Weigel, was that support or opposition?
Support.
Support. Very good. So I believe the motion passes 6-1? 5-2, with Mr. Vien and Mrs. Sowski.
I thought somebody couldn't vote. I
Oh,
believe
so it would be 4-2. Very good. Motion passed 4-2. All right, item 311, Aviation Consultant Services Agreement. Mr. Freeland.
Council Vice President Weber, this is an exciting process that we've embarked on. We did follow up with a request for qualifications. We received 2 proposals, one from the Meehan Group, Aviation Group, the other one from Intervistas. So those were the 2 groups that we received proposal from. They were both very good proposals and very good interviews. Ultimately, a panel made up of Mayor Bochensky, President Armacost, All True Chief Clinic Operations Director or Officer Megan Compton, Northrop Grumman Site Director Mike Friedolfs, and then Keith Lund of the Grand Forks Region EDC. They were the selection group that really has in front of us the Meehan Group as the top choice. What we've learned through the process, and I'm glad we went through a request for qualifications process and went through an interview process because we learned a lot about what we didn't know. And so what we do know is this, is that our airport is underperforming comparing to other small airports like Grand Forks. We know we're underperforming to our colleagues, our counterparts in North Dakota, so that was confirmed. The other thing that's been confirmed is that Delta is performing well in Grand Forks. We're in the top third of essentially making money in Grand Forks. So Delta's performing well in Grand Forks. So we should feel good about that. But on the other side, we have higher than average fares than our comparable. So there's lots of work to be done, and it's really important that we're doing the work that we're doing. And so the other thing we've learned through the process, and similar to what we did in 2012, is that there is going to be another small community air service development grant process that's going to be come forward here at any moment. So what we were told in April, there's going to be a grant process. And so before we formed the mayor's group, we weren't aware that there would be something that would be imminent. So I'm glad we moved forward the process. I'm glad we have the Meehan Group in front of you today to move forward because the grant application from the USDOT is imminent. And so really what this, the initial part of this grant is to request that we can move forward with the Meehan Group to help move forward with that grant when it does become publicly available. I did check the Meehan Group, Aviation Group references. I called specifically Provo, Utah, and I also called Ontario, California, which are more small airport service. They were very positive about what the Meehan Group has done for them in supporting their operations in a competitive environment. So lots of positivity. Specific positivity about the 3 ladies that are with us this evening. We've dealt with Deborah Meehan, Sonia Murray, and Zoe Lindemuth. And I think I see Zoe and I see Sonia that are here this evening, and the other main partner is Deborah Meehan. What I've heard from all 3 are very effective. They're an effective team. They all bring strengths to the team. Centered, what I've heard from Deborah Meehan, who's is the lead, is important. So they're all come with various strengths in working forward. And both airports said that they've been a real great partner, and they've annually contracted with them to help support their specific air service in their community. The other thing that we've learned about how to be competitive with the small service grant. Number one, and you've heard Al Grasser from City Engineering when we've submitted grants, even the underpass at Demers and 42nd, if we had a higher local grant percentage, of which we did on that particular grant, the more competitive our grant will be. We heard the same thing about the small service grant, and what the Meehan Group has provided us is that on average, last year, the USDOT selected 20 of the 47 applicants to receive a grant. On average, they had a 61% local cost share in those grants to be more competitive. When we first went through this in 2011, our air service with United only lasted about 14 months. We had a local cost share of about $300,000 for that. That was both $300,000 plus both in kind and cash at that point in time. So, it's been 10 plus years. We think now is the time to do it. We've talked with the Meehan Aviation Group is that we should really go for this grant. Despite us kind of being behind the curve on, getting engaged with our air service carriers, getting engaged on the data, getting engaged on the story that we're going to have to tell as we move forward. The other thing that's really important as part of this air service grant is that we're going to need whatever air carrier or air carriers that we want to work with, we need a letter from them saying they want to work with Grand Forks and the Grand Forks Airport. So time is of the essence that we can be persuasive and bring an airline on our team to be part of our grant application. The other thing we learned, the local cost share, the local cost share is going to be different than a federal local cost share. The cost share is going to be to help cover the gaps of losses for the airline. So it's not like we're going to give them 50% of $1 million and we're just going to hand that over to them as part of the cost share. It's really going to be that local cost share is really to help close the gap on an air carrier that's here, that's noticeably losing money on our flights. So that's what the local cost share would be. The Meehan Group has suggested that we should move forward with a $1 million grant and then look at what our local cost share, whether that's somewhere between probably 30 to 60% as we move forward. So I think we have some challenges ahead of us, but I think we have lots of positives going for us also. Really, what we're asking for is that there's two parts. The first part is just really submitting that small service grant from the USDOT. If you look at the agreement, right now in the council recommendation, I have $145,700. Of that $145,700, $107,000 of that is to do this first 120 days of work of getting all the information together, getting the grant together, getting lots of stuff done in 4 months that we probably should have been working on for the last 10 years. But here we are, so we're going to do that. The other thing that we want to do is what the Meehan Aviation Group has told us is that we have to have a united front on this. We can't have the airport authority going one direction and the city of Grand Forks and the community going the other. And I've assured them there is going to be one way forward through the city process. So I have reached out to Mr. Riesinger and we've had some really productive and positive conversations that they will follow the city's lead on this. They will partner. And we will be a united team in this vein. Further, the airport authority has a consultant also. Their name is Mead & Hunt. And so they have set aside a scope as part of their current agreement that they're going to help support this effort in a supporting role. So they're going to help support with data, analytics, so that the Meehan Aviation Group or the city, we don't have to do things twice. They will help support that effort. Secondarily, when we get to the grant application, they have committed that they would look at ways where they could help match the grant with in-kind services. That could be gate fees that they're charging airlines, current airlines or potential airlines that they'd be willing to provide as in-kind match to the particular grant. The other thing the airport can do, they can't match this grant per se with cash, but they can use their federal funds for marketing. And so part of this marketing effort of what we're going to do is that we could set aside a scope where they could help pay for the marketing part of this study. So they are a full participant in this project. And that kind of gets me to the second half is as needed. The second half of this is as needed, and that's at $8,700. And that's really intended as this marketing strategy, getting out to the conferences, building some momentum for Grand Forks and our community, and our want and desire for additional air service to provide for our community. And so that's really what we have in front of you. We're intending, if you're so able to approve this, that we would start moving on this next week, as this is critically important that we move forward with. The mayor is planning to provide, bring together his aviation steering group for air expansion. We're intending to bring the consultant here next week to start engaging with the community, our institutional partners, our business group, and so we'd want to hit the ground running next week. But really what we're here tonight is to hear your feedback so we have some certainty that we're going the right direction on this issue. We are taking the lead on this, but I think it's important, if the city doesn't lead, no one leads in this community. And so we're stepping into the leadership. We've got a great supporting actor in the business community, our institutional partners, and the Grand Forks Airport Authority.
And the steps you've outlined, Mr. Phelan, these are the steps that we've learned from other communities who have successfully gone through these processes. These were the steps that they took and that they recommended for a successful effort, right?
I think the differentiator in this MEAN Aviation Group, and I pointed out to both firms who wanted to know, why did we get it and why didn't we get it, is the MEAN Aviation Group took an aggressive stance. They want to fight for Grand Forks, and they want to accomplish something, and they've been successful in other similar sized communities. That's why they were selected, and they're ready to get going. Sonia's here and Zoe's here, but their team's ready to go to help deliver for the city of Grand Forks.
And Sonia and Zoe, you've patiently listened to our long meeting this evening, as well as Mr. Phelan's long speech just now, so enthusiastically supporting your work. Do you have anything that you wanted to add at this time?
That we're really eager to get started. Time is of the essence. This small community air service development grant is going to be coming out imminently in the next couple of weeks. And then the clock ticks. We have 60 days. So, and the beauty of this process for this application is that there's a number of efforts we have to do that we would want to do anyway to help enhance the overall air service program for Grand Forks, to try to secure new nonstop service. So it's really going to help sort of both efforts. The short-term goal to get a grant application in to try to get more resources for air service development in general. But then the second piece is that longer term vision that whether we get the grant or whether we don't, and we're focused on getting that grant, we're going to keep going with an air service development program for Grand Forks that will hopefully lead to some further new nonstop service, either short-term or mid-term.
Very good. That was quite clear. Thank you. Thank you. Questions or comments from council members?
Move approval.
Oh, we have a motion to approve from Ms. Osowski. Looking for a second from President Sandy. And President Sandy, comment?
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking forward to learning everything that we can to improve our air travel service in Grand Forks. As someone that travels extensively, I would be the first to comment that the current service that we have in Grand Forks is pretty terrible, and I'd certainly like it improved. However, Delta has been a good partner to the city of Grand Forks. We can argue that perhaps they're not delivering what would be best for us today. But I also understand that there are some constraints in the aviation industry these days that they're working through. What are we going to do to try to prop up Delta and get them to improve the service level that they're providing to our community?
That's a big question. So fortunately, we have the benefit that we are one of the higher profitable routes in general of all 270 routes that they fly, both domestically and internationally. We're in the top 20%, so that's good, right? So this is a business of relationships, and this is not sort of you get to a certain point and you're done with air service. You got to get the air service, you got to prove the air service, you got to build the air service, and it's an ongoing process, right? But they're a logical sort of initial target because they're already an incumbent carrier and they're doing well in our market. So what we would like to approach them with is, hopefully a second hub. You got to think of Grand Forks as your spoke point, right, to the national system among the major carriers. So American, United, Delta, those are the three sort of network carriers. And so if you could get a second hub from Delta, that would be great. Atlanta's is their biggest hub, and it certainly could get you into sort of every connection possible. But so that's on the list, but it's not something we have to get into the analysis to look at it. But certainly we would be talking to Delta, but we'd also be talking to the other carriers that make sense, including United and American, to get another hub point. And it's not going to happen overnight. Grand Forks didn't get to where it is overnight, right? So, but we believe that there is potential for this market to get more service, and we're going to be methodical and systematic about it. We know what the airlines like to hear and what they like to see when you approach them with a business case. And so we're putting all of those steps together to do that. And it's going to take some time. We have a good feeling, though, when we came a week ago, that we're in a town of fighters, and that's what we need right now. So there's a lot of work to do. It's going to be challenging, but we think we can make some incremental changes to the market.
Very good. Thank you again. And Mr. Mayor, did you have anything you wanted to add? This is your initiative.
No, just definitely excited to get to work. Like they said, it's going to be a long process. Has to start at some point. I know on the local share, we'll be approaching the business community probably through the EDC and the chamber. And keep in mind, all that cost is going to go to guaranteed minimum revenue. So if it's performing well, they won't have to touch that pot, but it's the way to entice the airline for additional service here. So really excited to get going on this, and we're going to be putting together a team as the Meehan Group comes out next week. When you hire someone and they're willing to get to work immediately, that's pretty exciting. And they brought some energy. They're going to match our energy, and we're going to fight for it.
Very good. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Thanks for joining us this evening. We'll see you next week, or we'll see you in town very soon. Item 312, consultant services for redevelopment of the former water treatment plant site. Mr. Phelan.
Council Vice President Weber and Committee of the Whole. Another exciting opportunity. We did the aviation consulting service interviews on Monday, and then on Tuesday, the water treatment plant redevelopment interviews took place. Mayor Bochensky led that group, along with Councilmember Rivian, Alex Reichert of Planning and Zoning, and Jill Proctor of the Downtown Development Association. Chris Wolf was also asked to be part of the selection panel on behalf of the Growth Fund, but he was not able to make it, so we had the four folks. We did offer interviews to three firms, Snowhetta Development Strategies, who we're going to take a deeper dive, accepted and were able to make it. Stantec was not able to get their people to Grand Forks at the right time, at the right place, so they declined. The other unique part is Snowhetta partnered with, I would say primarily JLG as their local consultant. Stantec partnered, their local consultant was Icon. The uniqueness of Development Strategies is that they didn't call out a local partner other than to work with the city's already partners, whether that's Baker Tilly or AUTS on the water treatment plant side. So those are some of the uniqueness and differences of the firms. We had interviews. They were very competitive interviews, and by the scores, Development Strategies came out on top by a little over a point in that interview process. I would say the differentiator with Development Strategies, I would say one thing, in this selection process, they were just above Snowhetta. Of the four raters, I would say 3 went with Development Strategies and 1 of the raters went with Snowhetta. So you could see just the closeness of that competition. I think the differentiator with Development Strategies is they took a look at the water treatment plant site from a district perspective and not as an individual development. So if you look at the Franklin on 4th, that's an individual development where they took the approach in their presentation about looking at this entire district as we move forward. And they really gave some really positive comparing and contrasting those two. You know, just a project itself, the results are direct, right? You see a direct outcome, whereas in a district, it's more indirect. It's generally across the entire community because we're creating a new district. They talked about returns, and generally returns are looked at with an individual development of revenues over expenses and how much is the project going to make. And we do that all the time. Well, what kind of incentive does a project need? Where they talked about in the district approach more of a fiscal, where we're going to grow the community from a tax base. And that should be our focus on that because we're going to redevelop a large area. They talked about some of the goals, and really the goal is with a project itself is really real estate development, where in this goal was more economic development in that range. Benefits are private returns versus public benefits. Time frames are shorter for a private development, in this case longer returns. And then finally, scope is smaller for a project, and this scope is much larger. So I think we hit the mark on why we said when we said we wanted to come forward with a vision that we can economically viable. That's what we have in front of you, otherwise known as a feasibility study. So I think some of the things played out. They gave us 2 examples. I think the other things we heard, the selection group liked their structure, they liked their organization, they liked their Midwestern sensibility, they liked their look at the river and how the river plays into this development. And I think they brought, they discussed bringing new ideas to our community, new development, new developers that would be interested in this project ultimately when we get to the end. Those are a lot of the positives. They created 2 examples I pulled from it. One was in Clarksville, Indiana, redevelopment plan. It's on the Ohio River. And probably most people don't know Clarksville. Why? Because Louisville's on the other side of the Ohio River from it. And one day I was in 28 or 10, I drove into Clarksville. And Ken, you should be very proud of this. On Louisville side, I was there because Melanie Parvey asked me to, while I was there for Public Works, go down and check out the Louisville Greenway flood protection system. Louisville had this great greenway system with flood protection. And then if you went over the bridge in Clarksville into Indiana, it was like another world. They didn't have any greenway. It was just a simple project. Well, I think the exciting part is, like sometimes we learn, now Clarksville, if you look in one of the examples, they're looking at redeveloping their riverscape along the Ohio River. They probably should have done it from the start like Louisville, but that's why they're trying to catch up now, similar to us on the airport. Trying to get extra service. The other one was Lexington, Kentucky, and they had a corridor. So they had the downtown and the university relatively close, and so they were looking at corridor studies similar to what we're looking at with this particular corridor in the downtown area. With us, we have Justin Carney and Matt Wetley, and these gentlemen really were impressive. And the truth was, I would say after looking at the proposals, I think most people thought Snowhetta might, they're going to be tough to beat. But these 2 gentlemen, with their presentation, with their submittal, really did a great job and came out on top. And so with that, I wanted them just to introduce themselves. What they're planning on doing. This is a multi-step process. I know Council President Sandy has asked me several times, this $250,000 plus or minus is a lot of money, and is it worth it? And of course, the mayor and I have told them, yes, it is worth it. It's worth it because we think what we have in front of us is a game-changing district project that could be on the order of $100 to $2 million in redevelopment. demolition of the water plant. Right now, we've got an SRF loan for about $6 million. So the stakes are pretty high that we get this right and do the right things, because we're going to be spending significant sums just demoing the water treatment plant, and we don't want to miss any opportunities. So with that, I would introduce Justin and Matt and just kind of go over what they're planning to do if this council is so good to move forward with the project.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Phelan. Gentlemen, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. We're really excited to be here tonight. Matt and I, when we saw the proposal, just very enthusiastic about this project for a lot of reasons. I know, speaking on behalf of our team that put the proposal together, helped us get prepared for that interview. Everyone's excited for how quickly this is developed. We had a fantastic conversation last week with the interview committee. Had a lot of great questions, had a lot of great conversation, and then I know that Matt and I, left and had a long flight, connecting flight home, but talked about this opportunity and how excited we were. I think all the way home. And we're just happy to be here to answer any questions you might have. I don't know how much you want us to get into, any sort of scope and process, but we're very happy to kind of give you some high level thoughts about how our, different facets of our team will be able to bring, their expertise to bear as we move through what, is essentially kind of a 4-step process. Can take, about 9 to 12 months, really kind of depending on, the seasons, depending on public engagement, those kinds of things can throw some complexity in there. But we're happy to work through them, and like I said, happy to take this moment this evening in any direction you want. We can present a little bit or just talk a little bit about our process, or we're happy to answer questions wherever you want to take it.
Do we have any questions for these gentlemen? Yes, President Sandy, please.
Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you for being here tonight. I'm not clear on the statement of work and what you're actually going to be providing back to the city. It wasn't clear on any of the documentation that was provided. So what sort of statement of work are you building to?
Okay, yeah, great. Good question, and happy to clarify. I mean, I think, as Mr. Phelan said, what appealed to us about this is, the focus on both a district strategy and kind of the site development visioning concept, and we'll be working on both of those. So we'll be thinking about, and they're not sort of separate from one another. They're going to be feeding into each other, but we will be thinking about the water treatment plant site, the redevelopment of that, the understanding of what that site can bring from a market and land use perspective, understanding the development feasibility and how to get a project off the ground, and then what that project could look like and help catalyze kind of the vision for that site connecting to downtown, that downtown south and into the downtown corridor, and thinking about both of those pieces. So there's a planning element. There's a district, land use and development strategy that's going to happen from downtown, or that downtown south, if we want to call it that, to the site, as well as, working through community visions, but also development feasibility of those visions to come up with something that can actually, happen on the site and promote and complement, kind of the rest of the vision and the district strategy that could happen. So it's both of those components. So
formalize that into a document?
What's that?
Can we formalize that into a document so that we can include it as part of our...
Yeah.
So we know what we're getting for what we're spending?
Yeah, you bet. So we're, if you mean, are we going to be able to put that whole scope into a document so you understand the scope? Absolutely, yes. We'll be working on that this week. If you're talking about the end result of what does a district strategy and a site, these site concepts and the feasibility numbers look like, really, the final deliverables of that will be, in some ways a kind of a land use and economic strategy for the district in a planning sense that you might think about. You'll see urban design concepts. You'll see, our team running through those concepts through kind of development programs and development feasibilities. We'll have numbers with those and be able to kind of graphically represent that, so that at the end of this process, what you will have is a strategy and a document that you could have sitting there, that when you're ready to go to a developer RFQ, RFP process, those developers are going to actually look at that and see that a lot of the due diligence has already been taken care of by this process. They're going to understand the market components. They're going to understand the community linkage components. They're going to understand the development finance components. And they're going to understand sort of the rails between what is a publicly, acceptable project versus a development, a developmentally viable development project, and kind of understand the parameters that they're going to work with whenever they go to respond to, a future development process for you all. Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, that's considerably more than what I'm looking for. I want something on paper that tells me what I'm going to get.
Okay, yeah, we'll definitely be putting that together here this week.
Great, thank you.
It'll be ready for you next week.
Council Vice President, I think it's important. Meredith retired as of Friday, so I've kind of picked this up. So you will see a more formalized scope that Mr. Sandy is looking for. So I'll work with the two team members from Development Strategies, and you'll have that in advance of Monday.
I move approval.
We have a motion looking,
I will second the motion.
and a second. Questions or comments? Mr. Kwame, please.
I was not involved with the proposal, and Icon did, or the team that Icon was on did eventually withdraw, but I'd like to propose that conflict if I need to recuse myself. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion that Mr. Kwame has presented his potential conflict, and the motion would be to say that we have faith in his ability to vote
I motion that.
objectively. We have a motion and a second. Further questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
So the motion is defeated. You are recused from voting on this. We have a motion on the floor. Any further questions or comments on the motion? Mr. Vian.
If I could, just very quickly, I think we were really fortunate, as Mr. Phelan said, we had two very good consultants to interview, and probably couldn't make a bad choice on it. So that was, I think, really very fortunate for all of us. And so I'm willing to go ahead and support the recommendation that the committee made, and that's why I seconded the motion.
Very good. President Sandy.
So, Mr. Whitman, I'm sorry, perhaps I misunderstood what we were voting on from Mr. Kavani. We typically vote to not allow people to vote. So you switched the terminology.
We vote to allow them to vote, and then by defeating the motion, they're recused.
We did it
No.
to Sandy today.
Which is what we did for you earlier. We defeated the motion which recused you from voting. Mr. Gusted, am I getting this right?
Generally, the motion is you declare the conflict, and then it's a positive motion to permit the conflicted or the potentially conflicted member to participate in the vote. And if the vote passes, then they're permitted to participate. If the motion fails, then they're not allowed to participate.
President Sandy?
So, okay, typically we vote and allow people to vote. And when I thought that I was allowed to vote earlier, based upon, normally we defeat the motion and allow someone to vote. We don't defeat the motion and not allow somebody to vote.
It's the way we've always done it. I thought that what we voted on for Kyle was exactly how we voted for you.
Which is why I thought I was allowed to vote.
You weren't. You got voted out to not vote.
I didn't have a conflict. That was the point of bringing it up.
But we still voted and said no.
I can weigh in.
Please, Mr. Costa.
With respect to Mr. Sandy's motion, and it was, by the time I was trying to weigh in, the motion had already come through,
I
right?
moved too quickly on that one.
I don't think there's a conflict with Mr. Sandy, and I think you can reconsider that potentially at next week's meeting with respect to the Franklin on Fourth. I don't see the conflict because you've got to have a pecuniary interest or some financial interest in the outcome of the decision. For example, you're going to make some money on the way you vote or you don't vote, or it's going to impact your employment. For example, those are the examples that have been provided historically and before. I did not see a conflict just because there's a family member that might work on a particular project or a particular building. I don't necessarily see that didn't see that as a conflict. So I think at next week's meeting, you can certainly consider, and I think you should raise that at next week's meeting, particularly given today's motion was you were punting until next week anyways. So it wasn't a substantive motion tonight. But I think if Mr. Sandy raises it again next week, I don't see the conflict, and he could certainly weigh in on those issues. With respect to the Mr. Gavami, his entity wasn't, as I understand it, withdrew for consideration. So again, I don't see necessarily the conflict in that because the outcome is not going to, he doesn't gain anything because his company is withdrawn from consideration before anything was even presented to the council. So I think for the motion, I don't see the conflict even with Mr. Gavami's situation either.
So my apologies, but I thought I was voting to allow Mr. Kavami to participate. So my vote, I need to change my vote.
And that's the way it's the motion is set up. Is it's a positive motion because you are, as members of a governing body, you have a duty to vote. There's the exception is that when you've got a conflict, you have to disclose that conflict, and you then allow the other non-conflicted members to allow you to vote. It's a positive motion to allow somebody to vote, notwithstanding the declared conflict.
But regardless, because we voted, I mean, we're the council, does that still stand then? I mean, because he stated, potential, and then we all voted. I mean, that's okay still, just like we did with Sandy, even though you may not feel it's a conflict of interest, how we voted still stands, though, correct?
Subject to a motion for reconsideration.
I'll move for reconsideration of Kyle Kavami's conflict.
Do we have a second for that motion?
Yeah.
Very good. So we have a motion from President Sandy, a second from Mr. Weigel, and that's to reconsider the last vote that we took. And so with that, we'll have the same vote again. Those in favor of the motion, which would allow Mr. Gavami to vote, signify by saying aye.
Isn't it motion to reconsider?
Oh, you're right. My apologies. So let's vote on the motion to reconsider. All in favor of reconsidering, signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed to reconsidering, signify by the same sign.
Aye.
So what, should we do a roll call vote? Yes, okay. Ms. Storstad, please.
All right, we'll do a roll call vote. This is to reconsider the motion to recuse Kavami. So let's start with Weigel,
Yes.
Osowski,
No.
Weber,
Yes.
Lensky. No. Sandy,
Yes.
and Veen.
Yes.
We have 4 yeses, 2 nos.
Very good. So with that, the motion to reconsider is passed. So we will now revisit the vote concerning Mr. Kavami's statement about conflict. And again, an affirmation of the motion would allow Mr. Kavami to vote. Opposing the motion would prohibit him from voting.
Could he state his conflict or what he stated earlier before we vote on it, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Kavami, would you do that?
Yeah, absolutely. My firm was part of Stantec's team. I was not involved in any aspect or listed on anything, and then they did, independently of us, withdraw from submitting on this proposal.
In fact, I'll state that my inclination is that I trust all of my colleagues on the council, and I've always been inclined to vote in favor of the positive motion. But out of respect, people have asked to be recused because they felt uncomfortable for whatever reason. And so I've gone ahead and voted against those motions out of respect for their wishes. But my inclination is to support the motion because I think that we're all capable of providing an objective perspective on our votes. Any further comments on this motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, which would allow Mr. Kavami to vote, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed to the motion, same sign. This time, we have a unanimous support for Mr. Kavami to vote, to fulfill his obligation to vote. Very good. With that, we have a motion on the floor to support this staff recommendation regarding the consultant. Any further questions or comments on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor signify. President Zandy, please.
Right. I brought this to the attention of the mayor and Todd earlier. I'm losing faith in the whole RFQ concept. I'd rather go up for RFP. This project, same with the next project that we're going to discuss, which I'm going to end up having to leave before we get through the vote on the next agenda item. I think, just my personal opinion, I think I'd rather us come up with a detailed statement of work and have consultants, if we're going to continue to hire consultants, have them bid against it so that we can confirm based upon comparing bids that we're getting the value that, and this has nothing to do with the current consultants whatsoever. I just would prefer an RFQ or an RFP process. So that's just my opinion. I appreciate it. I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Very good. With that, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Shall we do a roll call vote, please? Thanks.
Weigel,
Yes.
Wasowski,
Yes.
Weber,
Yes.
Lunsky. Yes. Kavami,
No.
Bean. And President Sandy.
No, thank you.
All right, motion passes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Dorstad. My computer battery has died, so we'll move on to the next item. Sherry, could you read that item for us?
All True Indoor Sports and Aquatics Complex, ASAC, Architect of Record, Project 8824.01.
That one. Mr. Phelan, please.
Excuse me, before we get started. Again,
Yes.
same conflict.
Very good.
Except we did not withdraw, and I was involved. So
This one you were directly
I
involved.
was directly involved.
Okay.
And I can weigh in. That
Very
one
good.
would be a conflict, just because the competitive nature of Mr. Kavami's entity is being somebody who submitted something for the RFQ.
Very good. So we're looking for a motion.
I motion that.
So again, we would still start with the positive motion. So we have a motion from Ms. Osowski, second from Ms. Lunsky. All in favor those voting in favor would allow or require Mr. Kavami to vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
And the motion is defeated. You are recused from voting. Very good. Moving forward with item 513. Mr. Phelan.
Thank you, Councilmember Weber. Thanks for your patience this evening. One more big project to go over with you. Since I was last here, I just want to let you guys know that, the city council know that we did close on the land. The 6.28 acres for about 2.12 million. That was that Danks property. We did close on that land, so we are the owner of that property. That occurred in February. So we've moved forward with that since. Since I was last here on January 16th, I gave you an update on where we were at in the process of the water treatment plant development. And at that meeting, I discussed moving forward with a request for qualifications to move forward with an architect of record at that point in time. I got feedback from you at that point as that you wanted to make sure there was as much local involvement in this project as possible. And number two, that you wanted to ensure that if it made sense, in this case, to separate the projects, that would be available. So I have tried to move forward with as much local involvement as possible. The RFQ did say we could pick more than one firm in this particular project if it made sense for the city of Grand Forks. I have said that it should be for a compelling reason or some reason. Generally, you hire one architect of record. I did speak with Council President Sandy, and similar to that previous RFQ where we've already sent it out for the space utilization at the police department. You did not review the final draft of the RFQ. I thought I had administrative authority to move forward. I took your comments to heart, and I tried to implement those as part of the request for qualification. So mea culpa, my fault, but just so you know what I did in that process. We did move forward with the request for qualifications. We received 3 proposals, and we had 3 interviews. I did receive a courtesy call from EAPC, and I want to let you know this. EAPC called, which is a local firm. It would have been our 4th local firm that would have submitted. They apologized for not being able to submit. They understood that this is a great local project, well done. They wish they could partner, but they had workforce issues and they did not think they could meet the city's expectations in delivering this particular project. I want to let you know that because they wanted you to know on behalf of, they would want you to know as city council members, it's not for a lack of interest. They would have loved to submit it on this project, but just were not able to do that. So that came from Mr. Wayne Dietrich, who is a principal at the firm. So I wanted to make that public to you all. We did form a selection panel of 7 people, 3 from the city, 2 from Altru, and 2 from the Park District. So we had a well-represented group of those that have been involved in the group. And maybe back to Council President Sandy's question of why we did an RFQ versus an RFP. With a project like this, it's a large project. The requirements for to hire an architect and with this scale of a project requires a request for qualifications. So we did follow through on a request for qualifications to hire the best firm possible and then to negotiate a fee in this case. To do the design and then ultimately to bid the project. At the end of the conclusion, JLG was selected with the highest score. All 7 members of the panel picked JLG as the #1 candidate. There was discussion led by Mayor Bochensky about whether, in this case, they should try to separate the project with to more than one firm. The recommendation was, with this case, that JLG should move forward as the sole architect in that. So that was part of the discussion as part of that. What's in front of you right now is to move forward with schematic design. The importance of schematic design is right now we have a project with all 3 phases. The base project is the turf and the aquatics and pickleball. That's the base project. And then there's 2 alternatives. Number 1 alternative is to add a track onto the turf field, which would expand the turf field. The second option is to add hard courts for volleyball and basketball and other things like that. That's option 2. And so if you add all of those up, that's with the base bid is about $74.9 million. The addition of the track is $16.4, and then 15.6 for the hard court. That's almost $107 million for the entire project. That was the latest estimate that we had when we even had locals engage on that. That's the project. The plan is to move that forward through schematic design. Really, the hope is as we get through schematic design that we will end up with the project that we can recommend and you final approve that we're going to move forward with. We felt that there is time to really scope that final large project with both alternatives. And when we bring back a final schematic design with a more of a hard estimate, we would have a better idea of how to, what kind of project we want to move forward. So that's why we're asking you to move forward in that vein. JLG is selected as the architect of record. We try to, again, they picked their sub-consultants per the request for qualifications. They did review those with us as city administration. And we tried to emphasize as much local involvement as possible. AA2S right now is listed as the structural and civil engineer on the project. There will be some technical advice by a technical structural firm with AA2S just because of the requirement of the spans on the large indoor sports arena. So that we are going to have some third-party advice to ensure that on that indoor sports that we get that right, and so there is a third party that will look at after the structural. Martin Mechanical from Grand Forks is scheduled to do the mechanical engineering. CMTA is the electrical. There's a local electrical engineer that is going to be the design consultant. BRS, I know there was discussion about what's BRS's role. In this case, I said that, you know, we've talked about being an owner's representative. They are an architect. In this case, just to put everybody under the architect of record, all the sub-consultants are underneath the prime architect is what we've done in this case. In this case, BRS is scheduled to do some of the recreational interior design of that facility. That's what they specialize in. That's what they do for a living. So that's their particular scope. Bolton and Mankit, they've been picked as the landscape designer. And then finally, Water Technology, Inc., and that's the aquatic expert that has followed through this project. And that's one expert we really need on this project. Not many aquatic centers are built. And so they are on that team in that request. The other thing we're working on through schematic design that are going to be quite important is working on the budget, working on a schematic design, and finally getting user input. So that's the other large part of not only user input, but those that are going to be institutional users of this facility, the Grand Forks School District, University of North Dakota. We're going to organize them so that when we get down to the end, there'll be a better idea who's in the project and how they're in on that project. That's a lot of the work over the next several months that we're going to be focused on. The other thing that we're going to be focused on, and the mayor, Maureen, and I have been working on the capital bonding strategy. So we've been working with Baker Tilly, and we've been working with our bond council about how to bond this particular project. So as we're working through schematic design and we can start to see some final estimates on this project, we will have matching associated finance strategies on how best to move forward with the debt on this particular project. We've worked on several options. We'll refine those, and we'll share those with you as we move forward on the particular project. The other thing the Park District has asked for is they would like to try to work to finalize their agreement on the operation of this facility. So we'll work on that. We would like to have somebody from the Park District, at least in the interim, be part of the team and start to really get engaged in the design if they're going to end up operating this facility. So that's something we've talked about. Let's not wait till we get a final agreement. Let's get them engaged and the appropriate people because people like me, there's only so much time and ability that I have to organize how this should look and feel. So we're working on that. Finally, we will need to finalize the Altru Complex sponsorship of the $10 million complex naming rights. We will also work and emphasize the importance of now. We have spoken to two sponsors, one for the turf, one for the aquatics, to say now is the time that we kind of really know if you're really seriously interested, because we're going to go through schematic design. We want to get them engaged as a sponsor as part of this project also. And so we will be doing that also as part of this particular project. The agreement that's in front of you is a standard AIA agreement regarding projects that are moved forward as construction manager at risk. Right now, I think some of the important numbers, and Mr. Gosted will go through that particular agreement, and that's why it's subject to final review and approval by Mr. Gosted. Some of the things that Council President Sandy has brought up to me is the fee. Right now, the fee is at 7.25 of the construction project cost, I think they call it. And looking at what other similar projects and, looking at, the size of the project, the complexity, the level of risk, the number of engineering consultants on a project kind of weighs on how much that fee should be. If you look broadly, you could probably go from 5 to 15% for a percentage. Looking on this particular project, it's likely 6 to 10%, but in following up, trying to narrow it down maybe to 6 to 8% at 7.25. Council President Sandy has asked that I go back to JLG, and Mr. Davidson's here, and to look at that fee structure to see what we can do to minimize that. So I will do that between now and next week, Monday. And there were some other thoughts in the agreement about, when an architect can bill time. Is it just for design work? Is it for when they're at meetings and all those sorts of things? I will go work with the architect and I will bring back those answers and work through those fee structures. So those are some of the things that have come up to me that I told the council president I would work on at this point in time. It's kind of an exciting time. We are trying to open this facility in 2027. Which is hard to believe. We've made a lot of progress on this project in a short amount of time. And this isn't normally a project, a city. I think I dare say there's very few cities that are leading projects like this. Generally, there are school districts, there are park districts, but we well know those two local governments aren't going to be able to move this project forward. So we've taken this on. And we're looking to keep moving it forward as part of that. That's the recommendation right now. We're certainly open to any questions, and Mr. Davidson's here on behalf of JLG if you have any specific questions regarding the design team.
Very good. Actually, before we move forward with questions, I'm reminded, like Mr. Kavami and Mr. President Sandy before, my son is employed by one of the members of this team, so I'd be looking for a motion to recuse.
Mr. Gosted, how does that make you feel?
I still don't I don't necessarily see the conflict because you've got a relative, you're not going to gain anything financially. Your employment is not at risk as to how you vote. I don't necessarily see the conflict even in that regard.
Do we have to even vote on it then because he brought it up or no?
You do not have to vote on it.
Okay.
But if a motion is out
there's
there
a
and it
motion.
makes Mr. Weber more comfortable, that certainly can be done, but I don't see a conflict.
Thank you. I guess I just have one question, and it was mainly because you were talking about like the agreement being with like UND.
So is there no motion for me
Yeah,
then?
we didn't motion. Did
We
anybody
didn't motion.
No.
Okay.
You're
Well-
voting.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sisky?
Default, he's
You
automatically.
can certainly ask for it, Mr. Weber.
Yes.
I did. Is there a motion to?
I move we allow Mr. Weber to vote.
We have a motion from President Sandy, second from Mr. Vian. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you.
Mr.
Mrs. Sasco,
Weber.
please.
Okay. Oh,
No,
Mr.
Mr. Weber, I'm sorry, I literally have to leave. I'm already late for a work meeting, so I was
Very
hoping
good.
you
Please,
would allow me 2
President Sandy,
minutes.
yes, please.
I'm super excited about this project. I'm really excited about getting the Quarks facility done. And so please take these comments with all due respect to everyone. I know everyone's working hard and I really want to see this moving forward. I fundamentally disagree with the CMAR concept. I would like us to see us put this out for bid. And I don't think we should be bonding for north of $100 million on a project. We should be looking at an $80 million project. With all due respect to the great work that architects do, architects really know how to architect and engineer really expensive buildings. I'd much rather have us do something more utilitarian so that we can keep some of the money that ultimately we could use for other projects in the future. I'll save further comments for next week. Thank you very much, Ms. Osowski and Mr. Weber, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, President Sandy. Ms. Osowski, please.
It's kind of a comment about before you were talking about the agreements, with this building in UND. Was there ever an agreement that came out of that softball field that we lent them money for? Because I haven't heard about that. I mean, we don't have to talk about it maybe right now, but just yes or no, if anything was ever signed on that.
Yep. We did sign a letter of intent a letter of intent to work with UND. We did have a meeting in that regards for the softball complex, the Pollard Center, and also a proposed outdoor track by Memorial Village 1. So we did meet. We do intend to come up with an agreement, and it's back in Mr. Gossett's hand to bring that back.
I have not had an opportunity to prepare that agreement, but we did, I was a participant in that meeting as well.
Okay, so we are still working towards an agreement with that.
I would anticipate you would have that this summer as we go through schematic design.
Okay, thank you.
I should also mention, I'm sorry, Council President, the other option that I'm asking for approval is to move forward with the CMAR process. And you'll see a timeline if you allow us. We'd advertise, get proposals and interview, and then we'd have that agreement, CMAR agreement, back to you on June 3rd. The reason why we're doing it is that we want to get as many estimates on this project as soon as possible. So if we're going to come back to you in August with the schematic design, with the funding, with all the things I just talked about that we got to work on over the next several months, we also, by getting them on board in June, early June, that would allow us to get them involved from a construction management perspective, looking at the estimates as this project. We'd provide us less risk and more certainty on moving forward. And that's why we're recommending that in this particular case of bringing a construction manager on board, because we can bring them on sooner rather than later.
So is there a request for support to move forward with the consultant and then looking for direction on the CMAR?
Yes, right now it's a recommendation on the architect. And the second recommendation is to move forward with the CMAR process.
Questions or comments? Mr. Veen, please.
Okay, I have, I know it's getting late, but I do have a couple of things I have to say. I wish Mr. Sandy was still on here, because I can't tell you how much I disagree with him on the RFQ versus the RFP. Okay, it may sound very simple, but if I want somebody to design the center, they should know how to design centers and have that type of specialty or capability versus another architect who may be better at a different style of building. And they submit a cheaper price, so they get it. I mean, you want the most qualified consultant working all the time. It's like, I won't say that to pick anybody, but I want a structural engineer who knows how to build these long beams, because they're experienced at it. They're qualified to do it versus somebody else who hasn't done it but can give us a cheaper price. So I always think there's a return on investment when you have qualified people, you're paying qualified people to do the job. And I also have an issue with trying to pre-negotiate a fee until you have the complexities known. I think that pre-negotiation only harms the owner. If you change it by 0.5%, it can make a big difference in the quality of the work or the amount of time that you can do with it. And I know Mr. Sandy has said that before. We did that when we did the Alaris Center on every major building. We've always done an RFQ, and by state law, in many cases, it's required, because they understand there's a return on that investment. I also disagree with him entirely on having a construction manager at risk, CMAR. That is probably one of the best ways that you can manage a project, is to have your architect working with the contractor. They work back and forth. They look at what details work, what details don't, what the availability of subcontractors are, the complexity of those subcontractors. You can do it, and it's for me, it's old school. So much of what I would say as you go forward is we need to have a CMAR, and if you're going to do just the schematics, but you don't know what the price is going to be, you don't know if that schematic is going to be on budget or not, you need to have your your contractor there at the table with you, trying to give you a pricing as you go, not wait till the very end. Now, architects will, and they have different means of doing it, and they do, it isn't like they don't estimate or care about cost. I know they do, but it's the contractor who's going to build it that can give you the best cost. So I wanted to acknowledge that also. I do think, and Mr. Phelan and I have talked about the contract language, and we're looking at improving that, both the language that we would have for the architect, and then looking at the language, or the contract with the architect, and then the language for your CMAR. I didn't want to get into negotiating some of those individual items here, but between now and our meeting next Monday, I do have some input that I think needs to be addressed in the contract. Nothing against architects, but AIA is a contract form produced by architects. I want to make sure that it's equally fair for the owner. And that's the kind of thing that I want to make sure is incorporated into the contract language when it's all done. I think that's my comments in short.
And was that a motion to go forward with?
Yes, it is a motion.
We have a motion on
I
the floor.
second.
And a second. Further questions or comments on the current motion? Hearing none.
Mr. Weber?
Yes, Mr. Weigel, please.
I'll be brief. I know it's late. Just thank you to Mr. Phelan for taking my call today. We had a good discussion on not so much the CMAR or anything along those lines, but really what this facility is for. And I think we need to be really careful when we're going through things and deciding what we want and that we're not duplicating something that we already have. And so I'm excited for this building, excited for this process, but I hope it complements everything that we currently have in our great city.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Weigel. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let's do a roll call again. Thank you, Ms. Dorsett.
Weigel,
Yes.
Osowski,
Yes.
Weber,
Here, yes.
Lensky,
Yes.
and Kwami's recused, and Sandy is not on, and Kay Veen. Okay, motion passes.
Very good. I'm not sure what I was hearing last time. With that, that has brought us to the end of the agenda. Do we have any council member comments this evening?
No,
Ms.
but I move
Osowski?
adjournment.
We have a motion to adjourn, second by Ms. Lensky. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned. Thanks.